All right, I think I am streaming. Let me double check as per usual. I didn't even have anything ready, so can I hear myself? Yep, here we go. Okay, audio check is good. All right, excellent. Went live. Chan the Magic Man, hello, welcome in. How's it going? Guys, you're not following our friend and mod Chan the Magic Man. Please give Chan the Magic Man a follow. All right, okay. Hold on. I have to see, tilt this over a little bit. Let me move my chair over a little bit, and then let me move my bag of swag over a little bit. Okay, let me just double check. I think I invited some friends of mine just in case they wanted to see. And then in the meantime, let me. Bert, welcome in. How's it going? Guys, we're now following our friend Gibson Lens. Please give Gibson Lens a follow. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to be doing any. Well, I don't know. There's there's some things that are tangentially board game / Magic related, but I'm probably not going to be doing it like my regular dedicated Magic stream today. I'll probably be talking about the convention. So I barely had any time. I literally just downloaded all of my pictures, and I just have to make sure that there's nothing like doxing about anything, and uh, and then we'll be okay. So let me just scroll through really quick. I mean, besides my friends are obviously going to be pictures in there, but I did get a lot of pictures of strangers as well, so that's okay. But and then there's some boring things like receipts and stuff because I keep a spreadsheet of like all the expenses that we incur and who paid and what everybody owes, so we can minimize the number of payments. But yeah, so let me just make sure that there's nothing in here really quick to worry about. Okay, here's like a receipt. And then we can get started. But anyway, Bert, how was your weekend? Hopefully you're doing well, or as well as you can be based on the circumstances. Let me see here. I did get a board game related to movies that I was like, let me just. It's not like a full board game. It's like a card game, but I'll show you guys when we get to it. But I was like, I was thinking about Gibson Lens's stream and movies when I was like, maybe I should get this. This could be fun. So yeah. All right. I got a lot of food in there. Let's see here. Get these receipts out. And if you can't tell by my scrolling, there's a lot of scrolling. There's a lot of pictures. I have a lot of pictures. Sorry. I mean, it's my stream, and I'll do what I want to, do what I want to, do what I want to. You would stream too if you could do. Charlie's Beats, welcome in. How's it going? I'm just. Yeah, let me do I so I don't feel left out. All right, and then guys, we're not following our friend Charlie's Beats. Please give Charlie's Beats a follow. Work Lark, Darky Blaine, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, what? Oh, you don't have audio. Okay, because I checked my audio right when the stream started. I'm like, wait, I heard myself. I understand. Okay, I have audio. Okay, great. All right, awesome. Gotcha. Thanks, Darky Blaine. All right, guys, we're not following our friend Darky Blaine. Please give Darky Blaine a follow. Okay. Um, thanks, Charlie, for confirming. So. Rephrase. I have no idea how it works. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Avoid the confusion. Woo. All right. And then let's see here. Let's see. I think I shared this. Okay, yeah. We don't need. What was this picture? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need these two things. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. All right. Okay. First things first. Let me put this up, share this over there, put this down. Okay. Welcome everybody to, I don't even know if this is technically my first board game stream, although I've had a just chatting stream before, but I'm like, this is going to be about board games, and we're going to show a lot of board games and pictures of board games. So I went to GenCon, and for 4 days, here's my badge. I'm covering like all the important numbers, but I got a bunch of these extra things, but 4-day badge. I was there technically all 4 days, but like Sunday is a shorter day and it's a travel day, so I basically didn't do anything on Sunday. So today I basically traveled home. That was what I did. So uh, Wednesday morning, my friend comes over to my house, and then we get into the car and then we drive. It's like a 9-hour drive basically to get from here to Indianapolis, and we talk about a lot of stuff in the car. I learned about a Japanese singer that he brought up during our 9-hour discussion, called Ado. And I didn't know this, but if anybody's ever heard of what a Vocaloid is, Vocaloid. Vocaloid. Yeah. A Vocaloid is like a manufactured Japanese AI that sings. And the thing is they've been around for way longer than like what we consider AI. And they aren't designed necessarily to be able to sing in a normal vocal range. And he tells me that this artist Ado, or Ado, has been singing Vocaloid songs, but like with human, like just with a human voice. And I was like, what? No way. So we listened to a bunch of songs, and yeah, high pitch, low pitch, everything. I learned about a game. I learned about a game called Flip Tunes, which I will show and talk about later. Oh, Chan, we're not doing magic today. So sorry. Thanks for trying to open everything. So yeah, today we're just going to be talking about my Gen Con 2026 convention recap. So yeah, but let's see here. So also we talked about a game called Flip Tunes. He convinces me that it's a cool game, and I end up buying it later. But when we arrive at the hotel, so I'm just going to refer to my two friends, local friend as the friend that I drove with, and then my best friend who is the one who flew from the other side of the country to meet us in Indianapolis. So my best friend made it there first, uh, checked in, and then local friend and I arrived and we checked in. First pleasant surprise at the hotel was that we had, you know how like some hotels when you check in you get like a candy or a mint or just something, maybe like a little bag of like nuts or something. This particular hotel know their demographic because the gift that they gave us was actually this. So here they gave us a copy of Flip 7 with a Vengeance, which is a new game. I actually learned how to play this like just a few weeks ago. And let me see. So here's the box. I mean, you can see 3 of them there. Nice, nice, nice. And let me see if I can. So I took the cards out to put in a separate box just for protection because I didn't really like how they got stored in this box. But I can show you if I can find where I put it. But for hold on, I have a glass thing in here, and I'm just hoping that I didn't break anything. Okay, all right. I'll tell you about it short. Oh crap! There's a little piece of glass right here, I think. But hopefully that the bottle is intact. Okay, I did not hurt myself yet. We shall see. Okay. All right. All right. Let me see here. So the Flip 7 with a Vengeance cards look like this. Let me move that mouse. let me take. I haven't actually taken it out of the original wrapping yet either. But so this is a push your luck game where you're trying to get like a large total number of points, and you're trying to get to, I forget what it was, like 200 or something, 300. But each number that appears in the deck, that's how many times it appears in the deck. And if you happen to get two of them, then you lose all of your cards. So if you get one card, an 11, you currently have 11 points for the round. But if you want more points, you can say, "Oh, I want to keep on going." E-Room, welcome in. How's it going? Guys, you're not following our friend E-Room. Please give E-Room a follow. E-Room, I'm sorry, I could not. I had a very busy weekend, so I kind of couldn't coordinate anything because basically the weekend was like full, and I had to travel in and travel out. But anyway, so yeah, E-Room kind of lives near where the convention was happening, but I couldn't coordinate because I didn't have any time. So sorry, E-Room, but sorry I missed you. But if you get like a second 11, that means you have two of the same thing and you lose all of the points that you just got. But ideally, if you get like a 13, a 12, and an 11, that's a lot of points. You can bank that. Now, it's called Flip 7 because if you happen to get 7, then you trigger the end of that round, I think, and you basically get all of your points. But there's a few other tricky cards that will do other things too. So you can give somebody negative points. There's like action cards and things like that. So this is cool, but it should be, once I learn all the rules like inherently, should be like a quick push your luck game that you can teach somebody, and it should be pretty fun. But that was really cool just to see that our hotel gave us that. All right, cool. Let's see. Erum says, "Oh, no worries. I did too as well. Did you get to experience the flood we got on Saturday? 5 inches of rain in 1 hour. Holy crap, Erum. Yes, I was there for that, and let me tell you, I'll get to that part of the story later. But yeah, for anybody who didn't know, there was a gnarly storm that hit Indianapolis on Saturday, and just as a prelude, yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, just as a prelude, the best way to describe how hard it was raining outside was that it was also raining inside. Yep, that's if you want more to that story, you gotta wait until I get to that part of the story. So, all right, okay, so we got that. And then as I was walking in, I think, oh, no, yeah, Ebrahim's like, lol. All right. So the first place we went to is a place that we traditionally try and hit up Wednesday evening because it's not busy and they have great food. It's called, let me see, I think I have a picture with a sign. It's called Pearl Street. Here we go. Pearl Street Pizzeria and Pub. So here we go. And they serve pizza, a little bit of bar food, and here's their drink menu. Now, I was trying to avoid having a lot of like triggers for my gout for my medical condition. So, but I love like looking at how creative the drinks are. So here's the drink menu. The Genevieve, which if anybody didn't know is the dragon of GenCon. Gelatinous cube, which oftentimes you might see gelatinous cubes as like monsters in like RPGs and things. Alchemists, which are alchemists, and then total party kill, which is like a phrase that you might use in D&D, where everybody dies. It's also the name of a video game. And then there's shots: orc's blood, elixir of immortality, dragon's breath, and dungeon water. 20. Roll for a good time. All right, so that's fun. Um, Now, for anybody who knows me, I don't like light beer, but I had to take this picture because I have a friend who loves light beer, and so I'm like, all right, let me take myself, let me take a selfie of myself here with this Bud Light sign. I sent it to him, and there we go. So, just so everybody knows, so you guys know me, and this is my best friend, and this is local friend. So yeah, best friend, local friend, and those are the guys that I went to Gen Con with. We shared a room, so we could split the costs, as you guys may know that I am still currently unemployed from full-time work. So anything helps, but it was a good time to hang out and actually, spend time with everybody. So, because I don't really get to see my best friend that often, and if anybody remembers my story about the crazy week that I had. This is my friend who is currently going through a divorce. But for the rest of the story, I am referring to him as local friend. And there we go. So this is the first pizza that we had. It was a margarita pizza. So if you like pizza, this is like tomato and I forgot if this is um, spinach or basil. I think it's basil and cheese. Pretty good, thick pan crust. And then we got this one, which was a Hawaiian pizza. And I just let the guys choose whatever they wanted, and I just kind of ate whatever. So, uh, Bananica, welcome in. Definitely basil, by the way. Yeah, it's definitely basil. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I drove 9 hours today. Okay, so but anyway, guys, uh, give me a break. All right. But anyway, welcome in, Bananica. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. All right. So yeah, that's basil. Sorry, that's this is a Hawaiian. No, sorry, this is a Hawaiian pizza. So there was Hawaii, and then they actually had this was like a spicy ham, so it was a little bit spicy. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, I just had to take pictures again. Okay, this is a thing that I found in the front entrance of the hotel, and I was like, let me take a picture of it. Mananica says, "Good, start of my new semester this weekend. Excellent. Well, good luck with your new semester. Hopefully everything goes well." And I am recapping my convention trip. I went to GenCon 2026, which is a board game convention, one of the largest board game conventions in North America. So, Bananica says, "All right, guys, I'm just gonna try and say this with as deadpan a face as possible. That's a weird looking set of anal beads." Yep, and that's the face that I jumped to right when I said anal beads. All right. Let me just quickly ban Annika. There we go. Boom. Okay. Nope. Just kidding. It's just command. You're still here. It's okay. Great timing. Wow, we stare. I know. And then I had to take a couple other ones. My eyes were moving. See if you could tell. Boop 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 boop. Okay. Wait. It's kind of. Is it kind of impressive that I left my mouth the exact same way for all three of these, yet I moved my eyes? Is that funny? Okay. Let's see. Next up. Next up, this is something that I saw in the hotel because Pivot Bar and Balcony was the restaurant in on the second floor of the hotel that we were staying at. They had Gen Con drink specials as well, the Midnight Wizard and ENT juice. Um, so yeah, there we go. So the first game of Gen Con was actually not a game that we purchased. This happened on Wednesday night. So local friend was a little tired, so he went to sleep. Best friend and I went down to the uh, to the play area. Like the hotel actually set aside like tables so that people can hang out and play whatever they want. And he taught me how to play a game called Regicide. And Regicide is a game that the developers created, and you can just play it with just a regular deck of cards. And the rules are out there for free. And the app, there's a companion app that you can also download for free. And you can basically and here's the weirdest thing: we played Regicide like 3 or 4 times throughout the entire weekend. It's actually a better designed game than a lot of like paid games, and I was like, wow, like I was super impressed at how well it played. So, but if anybody, yeah, but Fanatica says Ent juice, yeah, like the Ents from Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. Yes, the tree people. Yep, that's right. And so that was Regicide. But if anybody wanted to play Regicide, the rules are online. You can download the Regicide app, which is free, and they also have a variant that they just released on the app for free as well. Is one that involves 5 suits. So yeah. Also, while I'm here, I know I've been taking. I haven't been. Let me see here. I need to like grab a bunch of notes. And hold on. If I have these notes. Oh yeah, don't look at these notes. Okay. All right. And then let me see. So we have that. We have this. So I can share these in my. I can share all my notes in the Discord later. If anybody missed things. Okay, Regicide. All right, cool. So yeah, I really like Regicide, and I'll explain why later. This was breakfast the first day on Thursday. So you might see something strange about this picture. There are two knives and no forks. So I was able to arrive down at a time where, um, so breakfast was served during the week, 6 to 9 a.m. And I kind of came between like 8, I think 8:20 and 9, and they didn't have much food left. So I was able to grab like eggs, a sausage, and some potatoes, some poultry potatoes. It wasn't even many. And I got a strawberry. Is that a cinnamon stick or breakfast cannoli? No, 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 no. So this is a sausage. These are potatoes. These are scrambled eggs, and then this is a strawberry. Oh, sausage makes way more sense. So there was a hard skill check on the first day because there were no forks. So I was like, all right, I could use two knives. I'm Asian enough, right? So I had a hard skill check. Can I use two knives as chopsticks? The answer is yes, I can. So I end up eating all of this, and we headed over to the convention center. This is one of the closest hotels I've gotten since the first time I went to Gen Con, like 12 years ago was the first time. I haven't been 12 times. I missed a bunch since pandemic, but um, they always have a huge like blow up thing on the outside near the front of the entrance. And of course, I had to try and get like the best selfie. So I think this is probably the best one right here. So yeah, that's me standing in front of a mech, kind of scared. There you go. Okay, so first thing when you go through the doors, you see something called. E-Room says, "Is that a sausage? Are you happy to see me?" E-Room, I don't know if you know, this is a sausage, but I am happy to see you. All right. Okay, next up, we have when you walk in, you'll see a bunch of people building towers of cards, and it happens like right away. So, like people might have been building from the night before, but this is called Card Hala. So this is the area in which anybody and everybody can build card towers made out of cards from all sorts of games. They get donated by people, by companies, by anybody who wants it. But the goal of this is they're going to end up making a huge amount of towers, and they auction off the first throw of a coin to destroy as many towers and raise money for a good cause. So, Bananicus, it seems a suboptimal place for card towers because wind. Oh, no, no, no. So this isn't outside. It's inside when you first go in through the doors. But it's far away enough from the doors that I don't think like a gust of wind. There's also a vestibule, so it's not like immediate air from outside can get in. But yeah. But here's another shot, and then here's the name of the thing, Card Hala. So KK, yeah, yeah. You can see like the ceiling up here, so it is like indoors. But yeah, direct opposite of this are the doors to exit. Let's see. I tried to get some good. Oh, so I walked over, and on Thursday it's like the most exciting morning because basically at 10 o'clock the doors open, and then everybody rushes in. We have to like rush at a slow pace because they still have people like checking your badges and stuff. But I was there about an hour early, and I was like, we have about an hour to kill. So what am I gonna do? I start showing people magic tricks, of course. Bananica says Card Hala seems a strange use of Viking warrior heaven. Yeah, so the coolest thing is later when I talk about Card Hala's destruction, I actually took some video of the card tower destruction, so that should be fun. So I showed some tricks to some people nearby, and there were a couple people who knew each other, a solo guy, another couple, two people who are otherwise together, like two friends, and then another guy. So I basically did like an impromptu magic show for about a half an hour. So I didn't repeat really any tricks for about a half an hour. So here's a handful. Here's the second guy. Here's a third guy. And I did all sorts of tricks. I basically did like I did ambitious card routine. I did twisting the aces. I did like a sandwich routine. I actually improvised some like card teleportation trick, so that was cool. I did the 3 card trick. I did a couple rubber band tricks. So yeah, here's another one and another one and another one. And oh, so this guy had a mimic right here. If you guys don't know what a mimic is, so anybody who's into like RPGs, it's a treasure chest that you attempt to open, and it turns out not to be a treasure chest. It's a monster that just looks like a treasure chest, and then it fights you. So, but usually if you can defeat it, you get a lot of experience and treasure. So if you just want to get a general idea of how many people were there, so this is just from where I was standing to the end of the hall, where before we exit to where we can go into the exhibit hall. And then the other side, so all the way at the end of that hallway, like over here, it's basically filled with people, and Card Halla is like opposite this door. So it's a really long hallway. A lot of people. Hey, wait a second. This guy is looking at the camera, it looks like, right? All right. Oh, yeah, here's that couple that I mentioned that I was showing magic to. They were pleasantly surprised. So, one of the most common reactions that I got from people, they were like, wow, I've never seen a magician in real life before. And I was like, yes, that's what I'm here to show. All right. Okay. Oh, so so when we all ran in, so my friend, Benetica says, I like her hair. Oh, yeah, her hair is very nice here, right? Yeah, her hair's pretty good. This is probably a good time. You can admire her hair while I grab the first set of board games. So, my local friend, and I had some fetch quests for our other friend who wasn't able to attend, but he was like, "Hey, can you pick these up for us?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And so the first booth that I go in once we get in, I rush to a booth called Thunderworks Games, and they create a game called Flip Tunes. So my friend wanted Flip Tunes Season 2, and I was convinced that I was going to get the first one and the second one as well. Let me just hop down here. So here's Flip Tunes, the first one. Here's Flip Tunes Season 2. This is my copy, and then I have another one for my friend who couldn't make it. And I love your face. Oh, thank you. I grew my face myself. All right. So, okay. So basically, this is a game where you have a bunch of animals and you have a starting deck with a bunch of like different insects and things. So this one's dragonfly, snail, skunk, bee, and 2 caterpillars. And you lay them down in a 2x4 grid. Depending on how they're laid in the 2x4 grid, you make a certain amount of fame, which is like your currency in the game. And the currency allows you to buy additional cards, which are other animals that have other abilities. And you're trying to get up to the highest score that you can get after somebody triggers the end of the game. So you trigger the end of the game by getting up to like 30 points in one hand, basically. And then the score that you get after that is your final score. So it's deck building, and you can trash cards if you're familiar with like Dominion style deck builders. So it's kind of like a deck builder, but we found that like if you want to keep a deck that's thin to win, you get 2 actions each turn, and you can use your currency to either buy 2 cards, trash 2 cards, or just do one trash and one buy, or you can just pat like if you don't want to do anything, that's fine too. Um, but season 2 changes it up so that you can have different starting decks, different market cards, so different animals that you can buy. And the cool thing is they have a way for you to combine both of these. So normally with the market in the first game, you have 5 columns, but if you combine them both, you have 7 market card columns. So we did play both of these a bunch. I played this once, no, twice, and then I played this I think 3 times all weekend. So that was that was good. All right. So next up, Oh yeah, so Bananica says, "I love your face." I think this one, that face. Okay, all right. And then next we have Cephalofair Games, which I didn't get anything from here, but my friend wanted. Hold on, let me see if we just turn this. All right, my friend wanted. Let's see, what did he want? He wanted Buttons and Bugs pub crawlers for Gloomhaven, this expansion. So I got that for him. All right, and then at this point, I was just walking around taking pictures. So this is a. I said this was a really cool setup because it looked like they just had like these fake candles. It would be crazy if these were real candles, but so I thought this was funny. And then as I was walking past some games, I would take pictures of games. I don't even know what all of these are, so this is game. Hold on, let me see if I can tell. This is S Echelon. So this is Echelon. Is it this one? No, this one's. Oh yeah, yeah, right here, Echelon. So it's this game. Oh wait, you can't see that because my head's in the way. Uh, okay. So yeah, it's this game right here, Echelon. So not this one. This one. Okay. All right. Saw this. This was like a Lego Monkey Palace game. So Lego has been trying to push out a lot of different games, and I would argue that Lego is in a very unique place. So a lot of the times when people are making board games, you oftentimes have to either create your own components or come up with new components, or if you're playtesting, you got to grab components from other games. But like Legos are already things that you can build things with, and so they should have gotten to the board game market a long time ago. I think they tried, and the thing is, the games that they create, especially earlier ones, weren't really that good. So I think as they start to create more games, I didn't know much about this. This was just behind a glass case. There was no like demo for this, so but I think they're in a unique position to be like, hey, for anything that you can think of in a in a board game, we can make it. And it's like, yeah, that should have been a thing like a long time ago. So there you go, Lego. There's a free idea. Enjoy. All right. And then I took a close up of that monkey. Uh, so it looks pretty nice. A lot of details, and you can probably construct everything. And yeah. And here's a couple of other ones that they were having. So Ninjago based ones. This was a cool display. This was like a big, like two walls, and here's a big table where people were like demoing this game. And then they also had a decoration that I was like, oh my god, because I was going over to another thing to try and get something or see something for myself, and I was stopped by the Lego booth because this was a ship that they told me they created. It took about 22 people, like a couple days to put this together, and like if you take a look really close, like on the deck of this, each one of these are like a Lego brick. So people put this together by hand, and this thing was massive. So like you can tell, like here's the three of the people there at the booth, and this is how big the whole thing was. Of course, I need to take a selfie with it, but there you go. Okay, this is a game called Forbidden Legacy. I didn't stop to check this out now, but I took the pictures in case I missed it again later. But if anybody's played any of the games called like the Forbidden game, so Forbidden Island, Forbidden Jungle, Forbidden Sky, I think those were a bunch of the ones. Forbidden Desert. This is their next like installment. So I'll tell you about that later because I think I stop by their booth later and I can tell you a little bit more about that. So this is just like a shot of how crowded the expo hall is. So you basically see vendors to the left, to the right, behind you, in front of you, down these aisles. So you'll see these like markers up here. So this one is row 2400, 2500, 2600. And it started from like 0 and I think goes up to like 3000 or maybe like 3200 or something. So there were a lot. This expo hall was gigantic. So it's huge. One thing that I did notice for compared to previous years was that I think around the perimeter, the convention hall was a little bit better about placing more tables and places where people can just like rest or like reposition their stuff. Because I think in the past people would do it like in the middle of an aisle, but now there were like more tables and like a little bit more space by the walls, so you can just go there and you wouldn't like hold up traffic and stuff. So that's nice. Um, somebody, one of my friends, I think, mentioned Direwolf. So I took this picture. I didn't really stop in. I haven't played their main game, Clank, which is I think the one that everybody talks about. So like Clank right there. Mega nerd for all things geek. So this was they were selling a bunch of shirts, but these are like nerdy geeky shirts because like you zoom in on a couple of these, right? So like this one says Dunkin' Diglet, and that's not like a Dunkin' Donuts sign. That's like a Diglet. Sorry, this is a little blurry. I was trying to take this picture. I think while moving. Here's Psyduck's coffee, so not Starbucks. Um, let me see here. Oh, hold on. Let me move this over here, and you might be able to see. So this is Gengar Aid, Bulba Fett. There's like a Bulbous Ghirardelli, but it's a Gyarados. So there's a bunch of Pokemon things. What's this? This is Panchaw Express Kindness Kitchen. Here's Slow King. So instead of Burger King, it's Slow King the Pokemon. Duncan Diglett. Okay, Vaneca says Duncan Diglett sounds like Urban Dictionary slang for something awful. Boba Fett not nerdy. Yeah, Boba Fett's not nerdy enough, so you're combining it with Pokemon. Let's see what is. So this is Cindabon for like Cyndaquil, right? Aperture Science, so Aperture Laboratories. Let me see here. And then there's some on the other side over here. This is In and Out, but oh, crap, I don't see what that is. And then Weepin' Bell. So instead of Taco Bell, Weepin' Bell. I can't read that because sorry I didn't take as good a picture of this one. But anyway, yeah. So they were selling all sorts of like nerdy geeky shirts. Hawk6 Phoenix, welcome in. How's it going? Since they rebranded as Duncan by itself, there's no reason to assume that it isn't short for Duncan Tiglet. Okay, for the record, Hawk is correct, and you are right. And Hawk6 Phoenix says that also looked like Ven and Out. Yeah. Guys, you're not following our friend Hawk6 Phoenix. Please give Hawk6 Phoenix a follow. Um, so let's see. This game looked interesting. I haven't, I didn't play it. I didn't get a demo, so I don't really understand. But it's the game Tutor. Oh, hold on. Let me see here. Let me just. Okay, yeah. Tutor. There we go. And so it looks like territory control, kind of like maybe Risk-esque, but maybe with a little bit more nuance. I don't know. So no clue. Don't quote me on that. And then this is something that looked interesting. So for anybody who is aware of the video game Stellaris, so it looks like they created a board game Stellaris, and it looks like you could play with multiple people, but actually the developer, I was overhearing talking with somebody else, and they said, oh, I don't know if it's the, yeah, I think it was the developer, and he said he enjoyed, like he was developing it around pandemic, and then pandemic happened, and then he started play testing a lot by himself, and then he was like, wow, this is actually a really good game all, solo, and so you can play Stellaris also by yourself, right? Bananica says, I have played a shameful number of Risk games. Bananica, look, if you enjoy Risk games, that's fine. There's no shameful number. It's no big deal. You can play Risk or Risk-like games. And Beth kind of sort of, welcome in. How's it going? Number too many games. Yeah, hashtag too many games. I was there all weekend, and so yeah, there's going to be a lot more games that I mentioned. By the way, if you guys have been sitting around for a while and you're not hydrated, please feel free to hydrate. All right. Risk app says I played 3,500 hours of Risk. Holy mackerel, Bananica. All right. I'm going to say this. You are probably one of the top Risk players, certainly one of the top 1% of Risk players possibly in the world. Well, actually, do you win most of your games? That might be the next question, but so I guess 3,500 hours doesn't immediately translate to being good, but I assume that you love it so much, and you probably would have gotten good just just playing it. So, let's see. I took this picture mostly because I wanted a picture of this. There you go. Hawk 6 Phoenix is like crazy. Is like, okay, that is a pretty shameful number. No, no, no. There's no shameful numbers here. That's fine. 11,500 games. All right. Win percentage? Over 50%? Over 75%? All right. Oh, so so I was walking past, somebody was holding a potion, says shake me, and so uh, I shook it, and then I asked her for a selfie. So here we 1/3 chance win. Oh, okay. I don't want to make any claims about how good you are at Risk, but 1/3 of the games I quit ADHD. Oh, okay, all right, I see. Beth kind of sort of says, as long as you know the cost of your time, and quits count as losses. Ah, okay, yep. I would not doubt that quits count as losses. Let's see. Oh yeah, that booth that had the potions was called Halsbren Publishing. So I don't know anything about them, but they made the potions. You could create your own potion, so you can add whatever colors, you can add whatever textures that you wanted. They had all these colors that you can choose, so that was fun. I didn't do it, but let's see. I took a picture of this booth. It's called Post Curious and a Narrative Tabletop Puzzle Adventures, and it looked like they were pretty cool because like you could open it. You can basically buy a box, and it's not quite like an escape room, but it's like a puzzle adventure. So it's I would call it like an escape room, but probably with like a story that's more than just like get out of the room. I'm guessing. Bananica says, but I've gotten master ranking before, never broken to grandmaster though. Yeah, I can imagine that. Do you know if in your Risk app, if do you use ELO rating? Like, do you have an ELO, or do you use some other like ranking system? Because that's probably a better measurement than wins losses in percent or anything. So that kind of sort of says I sometimes get bored enough to calculate how long it would take to get to a certain level on a game, and it's just too much time. Um, I mean, so obviously if you are gaining a level at a very specific rate, then yeah, you can use like a quick estimate. But then if you can either somehow find a way to speed up your rate, or just do it faster, like yeah, ain't nobody got time for that things. Yeah, my local friend and I that drove in the car ride, we talked about mobile gotcha games. So if you play mobile gotcha games, we all agreed that, well, he and I agreed that the beginning of the game is awesome and it's fun and that's what draws you in. But then it's really terrible because they bring you to the point where it's like you're no longer playing like the game, and you're playing like a management game because you have to like manage the gotcha style stuff that you have obtained, and like instead of like playing the game, you're like worrying about the inventory and like your items and your characters, and it's just like blah blah blah. Oh yeah, here are some of the games that they had for their puzzle adventure. So here's the Ministry of Things, Case 2 Finders Keepers, Case 1 Lint Conditions. I talked to them a little bit, and I think I also showed them. Oh yeah, so I showed them a magic trick, and they enjoyed it. So here we are. And then Leviathan Wilds. Okay, so I stopped by this booth later. Oh no, did I stop by it now? Oh no, I stopped by it now. Okay. Bananica says, I don't see ELO or anything about how they rank. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe we don't have an accurate ranking of how you do compared to the world. All right, let me pull this game out, and I want to tell you guys about this because if you have ever heard of a game called Shadow of the Colossus, so if you've ever heard of Shadow of the Colossus, so that's a game that you control a character and you run around trying to kill different colossuses. And the way that you do that is when you encounter them. It's like an action game, action RPG, and you have to find their weak spots and like the pattern of how to defeat them. And this is like the board game form, like the board game form of that. So here is or this is, sorry, not a colossus. We have to legally disambiguate. This is a leviathan, and let me just zoom in here. So there's potentially different characters that you can be. There's like 8 classes, 8 characters, and you choose a character and a class, and you combine them, and then that makes your deck. And it's kind of like a deck builder, but done in a way where it's like tactics. So Hawk Six Phoenix says 7th Century plays a lot of music from Shadow of the Colossus. Ooh, nice. All right. Long story short, I have not defeated Shadow of the Colossus, so I think I have it, but I haven't really played it much. But so the object is, and the story is that you're not trying to defeat these colossuses. You're trying to free them. They're controlled by these crystals, and they are like a blight or virus that's taken them over and made them like berserk. And so every character that is trying to help them, they're climbers that can climb these leviathans, and you have to try and destroy all of these crystals. Once you do, they become their peaceful selves. So you're trying to do a good thing and free them of that. So I did end up purchasing this game because I did demo it later, because my best friend was interested in it, and I was like, wow, this is pretty good. But I showed him a magic. I showed I don't know if he's the developer, but I showed them a magic trick. So let's hop down here. Okay, so here is the box, Leviathan Wilds. And the cool thing about this is that there's not just one Leviathan to defeat. There's a book. This might not even, hold on. Let me just clear the table. There's a book. Here's all of the Leviathans that you can have, 17 of them. And so here, this is like the board that you would lay down, and like each one of these symbols mean something. So when you move through them, you might either take a damage, pick up an item, or there's crystals for you to destroy, depending on what it is, where it is. But the deck building, and here's the one from the demo. But the deck building is interesting because you use the cards in your deck as like a resource, not just to move, but to hold on. Like your deck is called your grip. If you run out of cards in your grip, you fall down to the ground. So, yeah. And then you've got climbers. Here's climbers. So I thought this was pretty cool, and I hope to play like a full game of this later. And the cool thing is I think we can play this solo, so I would be interested in trying this. And actually, if I feel ambitious, maybe I could try it on stream. We will see. I'll probably have to adjust the camera setup though, so because I don't think this is like the best. I don't think this is the best for board games if I need more space, because I think this game alone will expand to more space than this. Okay. Let me. Oh man, I don't know where I'm gonna put all this stuff. Hold on, give me a second. Let me move a box or two. Ugh. Okay. I'm okay. I'm still here. All right. Okay, where were we? Oh yes. So did a magic trick, and he enjoyed it. And then let's see here. Started walking around again. Just these are random booths that I took pictures of. I took a picture of this just because looks like it's called Diatoms. So I don't know what that was, but that could be something that prompts me to check out that game later. Diatoms. Oh yeah, let me put Leviathan Wilds into my notes. Okay, let's see here. Sword World, Mugen Gaming. I think I'd seen them before. I'm not familiar with their games, but there we go. Star Schlock. I don't know I don't know anything about this, but I was just like, that's a funny name. For All Mankind. Oh, okay. So, this one I saw, and I was like vaguely interested in it. So the concept is that everybody starts as a civilization on Earth, and you can colonize all of the planets. And here, let me see if I have a better picture of the board. Nope. Okay. So over here, this is the solar system and where you have colonies. So each one is a different character or player, and you can try and take over. And you're trying to get to 10 points, kind of similar to Settlers of Catan, but you can trade resources, use resources to colonize, research technologies to try and get all of your colonies out. But you can also create like a nuke and nuke people. So when you nuke somebody or a colony, you get rid of their thing. Um, my friend hung around for a demo, and he said that it looked really cool and fun, but you need to play this. It will so it says 1 to 4 players, but I think it was basically designed with 4 players in mind, and so I think that's why he decided not to get it. But it seemed kind of cool, so I think if you have 4 players to play all the time, it might be fun because there's like a diplomatic aspect. But yeah, let me see here. And put this into my notes too. Okay, and I took this picture for all mankind. So let's see. I had to take this picture because he was dressed up as a wizard and it says Wizard Community College. Welcome new wizards. And I was thinking as I passed this, like, I'm not a new wizard, right? Like, let's see. Oh, this one I took because I wanted to show my wife this picture. But so it's a bunch of games. A bunch of them do look like maybe chill games, but this one is called Good Society, a Jane Austen RPG. I was like, what? No way. So I did look at their table, but it mostly has RPG books. So I don't really play tabletop RPGs, but Hawk6 Phoenix says, "Wow, a Jane Austen board game." I know, right? Hold on, let me see if I have. Oh yeah, no, I didn't take a picture down, but yeah, it was an RPG book and or a couple of RPG books. So I was like, "What? No way!" But all of these apparently take place in like the like old Victorian like England and things like that. So that's kind of like the setting of most of these. Hawk6 Phoenix says, "I would play that. I read Emma recently and surprisingly liked it a lot." Awesome, that's cool. I haven't read many Jane Austen books. By many I mean any, but I've seen some of the movies and shows. So my wife is also a fan of Jane Austen stuff, so she likes a bunch of those things. But yeah, I thought it was super cool. I mean, I don't. First of all, since I don't play like tabletop RPGs that much, I'm not really the primary demographic. But I think it's really cool that I think like maybe 15 years ago you would never have seen anything like this. But now it's like out in the open. They have a booth. It looks like they were doing well, so I'm all for it. So that's cool. Bananica says I'd play too, and Hawk says yeah, oh I read an Emma movie and watched the Emma movie after, and it was pretty good. I mean, watched an Emma movie. Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Movies aren't read. That doesn't make sense. Well, if you close your eyes, and I don't know, then you can't read anyway. All right, let's see. This one I took a picture of because it had the word magic in the title. It's called Magic Cats, and it just looks like a tactical game with little tiny cats. So hold on, let me see if I can. The detail isn't great. They're not all facing, but yeah, they're all like cats in like cloaks and like with weapons, and they have these little slots. I didn't really understand because I didn't stay for a demo. I just took a picture, and then I think I kept walking. But hype reading says Hawk6 Phoenix. Okay, and then here's the Magic Cat sign with brushwood. Legends of the Arena. Oh, so this one is super interesting, and I'm not sure if this is legally allowed, but anyway, they said Smash Bros. Inspired board game. And I was like, you know what? Let me listen to this because I loved playing Super Smash Brothers, the video game, when I was younger. And so stood there, got a demo, and let me see if okay, yeah, let me see if I can explain this. So here is the map, and then you can have up to I think the base game was up to like 4 players or something. Don't quote me on that. But you have cards that are characters, and there's a certain amount of damage that you can take, and wherever this thing is on your damage rating, that's how much damage you've taken. And if the damage that you've taken goes up, it doesn't necessarily mean you die, but once you either run out of HP, you could, or the higher up it goes, the more you get pushed. And so let's say you've taken 6 damage here, and then you get an attack that hits you, it'll push you back 1. And if anybody's played Smash Brothers, it's not just like lose HP and then you perish. You actually have to get knocked off of the screen. So in this case, if you get knocked off of the last ledge, um, like if you get pushed off, so like this move, or once you take this much damage, the next hit you take will deal you 4 push damage in that green number right there. And so if you go back, let's say it was one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, you're pushed off the board and you're out. Um, I asked them about holding the ledge, and so if you do land here, you do grab onto the ledge and you pick yourself back up. And I was like, is there any like ledge denial? And no, like any number of people can hold onto the ledge. So, but yeah, each character has their own deck with their own moves, and it looked pretty cool. I didn't get this or anything, but I thought it was very interesting for anybody who's a fan of Smash Brothers, the game. Let me see. Beth Kind of Story says all these games have so many pieces now. Beth, not all games have a lot of pieces, but yeah, the ones that I want to talk about that are all like, really cool and clever, they probably do have a lot of pieces. Agree. Let's see here. Gibson Len says it could be a foreign film. Actually, yeah. If you don't understand the native language that it is spoken, you are probably mostly reading the movie, so that makes sense. Like anime, if I'm watching the original Japanese, I am pretty much reading that show or movie. Yep, exactly. Hawk says, "Oh right, have to read the subtitles." All right, so that's that. Here's another one that says that's wizard, and I was like, I should probably take a picture of that because wizard. But I know nothing about any of their stuff. So, oh, okay. So this game is called. Let me see. It's called The Last Command, and it's a dual deck building game. Although I feel like it should be DUEL, dual deck building, based on the thing. But anyway, it's developed by a guy, and the way that he was explaining this to me was that you have a ship, and you put characters to station in your crew, and it will power your systems, either tactical, comms, or engineering. And here's your ship health, or how many hits before it dies, and you basically face off against another ship doing a similar thing. And you know what, like, listening to this reminded me of? The video game FTL. And I was like, what? No way. So I asked, then the guy who was talking about it was the developer of the game, and I asked him, hey, what was your inspiration for this game? Literally, first thing he said, it was like, oh yeah, there's this roguelike game called FTL. And I was like, no way. And I was like, that's exactly what it seemed like. And so, yeah, it sounded and seemed a lot like that. I was I was thinking about getting this, but I was like, oh, I shouldn't, like, I shouldn't get everything, and it was like the first day still, so I'm like, all right, let me not get it. But oh, I do want to note the name of this one in my notes so that I can refer to it later for myself. Um, the Last Command. All right, cool. But yeah, so I thought that was very interesting, and it was really cool talking to the developer about that. We even talked a little bit about FTL. So he has like a couple of expansions, but the next expansion that's coming out is going to introduce things that are very similar to the advanced like update that FTL had. Like it's going to introduce like hacking and stuff. So I was like, "What? That's cool." So clearly, very deeply inspired by FTL. Okay, so and I got a selfie with him. So here's the developer of The Last Command. It was funny too because I I happened to get somebody who was in a Star Trek Next Generation shirt, security uniform in the back. Okay. Oh, I took a picture of this because I wanted to look at all of these and like see what they were and what the price is. So if I ended up looking around, but so I have a 5-year-old daughter and she is starting to like games, and I wanted to see if there was anything that seemed interesting. Hawk Six Phoenix has got the data laughing from Izzy Paradox's stream, and the com badge, or a com badge. Thanks for those. But I actually looked at a bunch of these, and I don't know if I really liked them that much for any of the price points. So I think so. If anybody has ever seen Haba games before, like some of the most popular ones, like Animal Upon Animal, and basically you're stacking a lot of animals. But yeah, I don't know if my daughter was ready for some of these. But I was looking for games for her, and I'll show you a couple later that I did end up picking up. So okay. Oh, this one. This is a game called Triangulation, which my local friend picked up a copy. And for anybody who likes simple, quick, like social games that you can teach somebody how to play in like 20 seconds, and then they'll be able to play. This is kind of like one of those. Triangulation. And let me see. Let me copy and paste this one. Triangulation. So let me see. Oh, if did I not get the glare out of this? All right. So you have three boards, and you're going to put a clue on each one of those based on what comes up on your card here. And so, whatever you pick, these are different categories, and the category that you choose will give you a thing, and you try and get the other people to guess what it is correctly. Now, somebody on the other team will get a chance to see two of the clues and make two guesses as to what your thing is. They don't get to see this, by the way. But if you have all three clues, you should be able to figure out what it is. So these are the clues that I gave. So I said competitive, hot dogs. You can't read that, but it says hot dogs and Nathan's. And the opponents flipped over competitive and hot dogs, I think, first. Oh no, no, sorry, they flipped over competitive and Nathan's, and then I think they knew what I was referencing, but they didn't know. And then my ally or my teammate was going to guess hot dogs, but then he was allowed to flip over the third one to triangulate the answer. And since it said hot dogs, I'm like, oh, okay. So he had to try and guess. And for anybody who couldn't figure out what I was trying to say, I know it's upside down, but I was trying to get them to say Joey Chestnut, and I would say my clues are pretty good, right? But nobody knew the name Joey Chestnut, and so this one they gave the uh, clues of cooking an old lady, and my ally guessed correctly Julia Childs, and French was like the third one, but he didn't need it, so. But that's triangulation. And so, oh yeah, here's the box. Let me see if I can get. So here's triangulation. There you go. And the first team to get to, I forget, it was like 4 or 5 points wins. This was cool. So I took a picture with. So my ally was local friend, but here's the other team that we played with, and then here's the demo guy who's demoing, and of course I showed them a magic trick after. So. Let's see. I was walking through the hall because we decided to leave the expo hall, I think just to get lunch or so. But there were people doing like belly sword dances. I was like, what? No way. That's cool. On the stage. Yeah. So here we go. Look at that. Oh. So if anybody hasn't played a board game called Final Girl, they were like kind of like amping it up. I think because there was like expansions and stuff. But there was a jumbo board game version, and so instead of using like little pieces to represent them, everybody would like basically be that character and stand on the space and play the game here. I thought that was pretty cool. I only watched this for like 20 seconds because it's kind of like in a hallway, so it's not really like a place where you can easily stand and stay for a bit. But yeah, Final Girl. I think I played this once at my friend's place. The friend who wanted us to go on the fetch quests. Oh, good thing to report. In the first 20 minutes between local friend and me, we were able to get all of the fetch quests that our friend wanted. So, Had to take this picture because for anybody who didn't know, I used to work at TCG Player many years ago, many moons, before they were purchased by eBay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we went to a place called Tom's Watch Bar, and we saw a cartoon that was playing um, on screen, and we didn't know what it was. So my local friend and I got there first, and my best friend, he made it a little bit later, but he ended up being able to identify and tell us it was Critical Role animated series, I think. Hold on, let me just see. But there's two of them, so it's called. It could be one of these two: The Legend of Vox Machina or The Mighty Nine. And I think my best friend told us that this is The Legend of Vox Machina, but he said that he preferred The Mighty Nine, and otherwise we were not really familiar with it. So, but yeah, so that was cool. This was playing in a random bar that normally would probably just play sports. To be fair, most of the TVs still had lots of sports on it, and this was like the only like nerdy geeky thing that was being shown. But Critical Role. If anybody has been to Indianapolis and you know, there used to be a restaurant called the Ram, and this this bar, Tom's Watch Bar, uh, is in the location where the Ram used to be. And when I went 2 years ago, this the Ram was like closed down, and there was like construction being done in it. So I was like, oh, that's kind of sad. And so this is what they turned it into. But they have a this new place has a big capacity. There's like 400 and something. But I think it doesn't have as much of the charm. It looks kind of like modern, updated, just lots of space, lots of TVs. But like I don't know. I think the Ram had like history as far as I knew. So here I got tacos, and this here's some queso and salsa and chips and two tacos. So it's pretty good. And then we went back to the convention center, and Cardhalla had grown. And so here's some more card towers. And so you can see like Pokemon cards here. And this was probably the largest representation of regular playing cards. So most years I barely saw any, or just maybe like one tower. But like there were a lot more towers just made out of regular playing cards. Like you can see a bunch just like right around here and back there. So regular playing cards represent. And so you can see like some of the boxes that people just bring in, like here's all the cards, go ahead and build them. Build away. So there we go. And so these aren't just like towers where you could just blow and they'll knock over it. Some of them, some people who build them know how to like you can take a look at how intricately some of these are folded together and inserted into each other. Some of these are like huge blocks of cards that if like you were to push it at the top here, the whole tower would just fall over, but then you could just pick it back up. It's because it's like folded into one piece and stand like that. And so this is funny that like this is mostly bicycle playing cards, and then this is like the front of a card. If you didn't know exactly what game this came from, I know exactly what card this is. This is a Star Trek customizable card game Dilemma, and it's called Female Love Interest. So I know exactly what card that is. But I think this might have been the first year, and they did announce this later, that Magic the Gathering cards was not the number one cards used, and I think there might have been more Star Wars Unlimited cards than any other cards this year. But I mean, plausible deniability. Nobody sat there and counted everything. This was cool because somebody laid down like a three-dimensional surface to then build to put stuff on. So it's like a platform to then put other stuff on top. And I was like, what? No way. So it looked pretty good. Let's see. For anybody who's a fan of code names, they've updated most of the code name stuff. So like code name pictures, code names duet, regular code names. same old games, but new boxes, and everything looks fresh. I like code names. I don't love it. I think as some people do, but Andres, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for the resub, Andres. Thank you very much. Welcome in. How are you doing, Andres? Good to see you. Hi! So today I am not doing magic, but I'm talking about my trip to Indianapolis where where I went to GenCon 2026. All right. Andres, thank you so much. Hold on, let me hop back over here. Thank you so much for the resub, Andre, signer of the Ace of Clubs. Hi, I saw your photos on Instagram. Oh yeah, I haven't put. So I have a lot more photos. I'm actually going through all of them right now, but I haven't posted many on Instagram yet. So, but I figured I would continue going through. I'm gonna go through all my pictures, and I don't care if it's this stream is gonna be like a 5 hour stream. We're going through all my pictures. Okay. Oh, so I got a picture of this game. Beth kind of sort of says, I have at least heard of Codenames. Yes, Codenames is very popular and is also sold in like major retailers. Also, if you wanted to play it for free, there are websites where you can play it for free, just as long as everybody has a device on them. Should be fine. So, but this game is called Drillers, and this was one of the board games that sold out basically first day. Not just first day, but as it turns out, this game sold out in the first like 2 hours of Thursday. So I would say if anybody was looking for one of the hottest games of the con, this one is certainly up there. So Drillers. The From what I can understand, you control a like a mech digger, which is this, and you're gonna dig down into the ground, find different resources, minerals, that kind of thing, and then you bring them back up to the surface to sell for money. But the money that you get is dependent upon like a market type dynamic. So sometimes if it's like a resource that nobody wants, then you won't get that much money. But if it's something that is highly valuable and everybody wants, then you might get more money. So that kind of thing. But yeah, if I had to say there was a game that was the hottest game of the con, this one, Drillers, certainly the one. Oh, I had to take a picture of this because I was like, want to win a cookie dough? Take a picture with Nom and Dough and tag us on Instagram. And this was one of the pictures that I did put up on my Instagram. So it was, I think it was this one. So I got a selfie, and I don't know which one's cookie and which one's dough, but that's these two, and then I I put this on Instagram. So we'll see if I win. I don't think I got a message, so I probably didn't win, but oh well, no big deal. Okay. Next, I was just walking around. I saw like the Storyteller Squad, an actual play podcast. So actually, I wanted to let me see here. I wanted to take that note because if it's a podcast that I might want to listen to later, that's cool. The Storyteller Squad, which I'll probably check that out later. Okay. Let's see. And then here, I want to take this picture because I'm like, wait, Trombone Champ, a competitive card game of trombones, baboons, and hot dogs. And I was like, what? That's ridiculous. Cheese Factory, and this is like a drinking game. Andres says, I mentioned that it was a gathering of magicians in one of the photos. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Um, but I think also, wasn't Trombone Champ a video game? It's like an indie video game, right? Hold on. Trombone Champ. Let me just quickly check that. Trombone Champ. Yeah, Trombone Champ on Steam. Yeah, this is that. All right. So, okay. So this is probably a card game based on the video game. Um, Beth kind of sort of says yes. The video game Trombone Champ is amazing. Just trust. All right. So I heard that I need to go and favorite it right now. Is that right? or like put it on my wish list. Trombone champ. Okay. Oh, it's already in my Steam library. I already have it. I already have it. I don't know when I got it, but I was probably intrigued enough that. All right, so there we go. I have Trombone Champ, everybody. The video game, not the not the board game. All right, hold on. Let me resize this so it's. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, this I was intrigued about. Let me. Oh, did I get the title of this game? Was this? Let me see. Cloud Spire. I think this is Cloud Spire. So it's a game with poker chips, and I haven't seen too many games with poker chips. I have one old game that uses kind of like a poker chip style, but it's like a dexterity game. This one looks like a strategy game that uses hexes. There's another game that I have that this kind of reminded me of, but a lot simpler. This one looks like it's a lot more complex. Battle Sheep is one that I purchased years ago, and Battle Sheep, and I own Battle Sheep, but and it looks a little bit like this, but a way simpler version. This one looks like it's going to be a lot harder. But yeah, so let me see here. Okay, let's see. Took a picture of this because I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because, you know, why not? And let's see, hold on. I mentioned another game earlier that. Okay, there we go. Sorry. And then I got a selfie with Leonardo on the cover. And then I got a selfie with Leonardo the statue. And there we go. This one, once again, Return of the Hex board. I think this game is called Hanami. I had to take a picture because it has Nam in the name. So, but it looks pretty. It's very nice looking. Um, I don't know anything about it though, and I didn't really stick around for the demo, but they have stacks of it. Here's a game that I looked at and I'm like, oh, this seems kind of cool. Honeycomb Hustle. I didn't realize it until the next day, but this little thing kind of quickly explains how to play it, and I'm like, oh, okay. And it's probably a little too simple for what I would look for. This might be more appropriate for like maybe when my kid is like a year older or something, and she would probably be ready for something like this. But I don't think. I think for something like this, the price point that they were offering it for is probably not what I want. Oh, so I took a picture of this. So they have vendors that have old collectible card games. And for anybody who doesn't know, I love collectible card games. This one is called Universal Fighting System, the old UFS game. And I had to tell my local friend that if I did not play this card game specifically, Universal Fighting System, I would not have met my wife. And it's not as quick and easy as a hey, my wife played this game and I played this game before she and we met. No, it's not that easy. There's an entire chain of butterfly effects that basically led to basically if I'd never played this, I wouldn't have met another person, and then that person wouldn't have and it was just yeah. So anyway, there we go. And then my local friend and I used to play Star Wars customizable card game, and now taking a look at this, there are so many different Star Wars card games, but let me see here. One, two, three, four. So these were all the original Star Wars customizable card game packs. Not all of them, but just like four of them. If we take a look, this one is $19 for one pack. This was Jabba's Palace for $6, which is more than like the original MSRP, but like this was one of the most commonly printed ones. This is Premiere, which was like the first set. This is Reflections, and these are like $19 a pack, so it's kind of pricey. But then we have other games like Young Jedi. These were also Star Wars customizable card. No, no, sorry. These were Young Jedi as well. Young Jedi. And then there was like a Jedi Knights card game, Attack of the Clones, another Star Wars card game. Like there were so many. And then Star Trek, for anybody who's a fan of Star Trek, I played Star Trek customizable card game, and there's a lot of these are the series two. So like when they rebooted the game and gave things a cost, because the original game didn't really have a good cost system. Every card, no matter if it was like a good one or a bad one, was actually kind of is worth the same resources. So it's just like, oh. But these are a part of the original card game. These packs are actually pretty cheap. They're at $3, so that's probably comparable with original MSRP. But this one, like a booster pack of this, is like $30. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. This game. Oh, so my friend told me about this game, and we stopped and looked at it. But it's called Lightspeed Arena, and so each card has like a picture of a ship that's on part of a team. So you get a color, and then you arrange all of these like in real time. Like you're given some amount of time to basically make a huge square with all of these, and then what you're supposed to do is um, you're supposed to take a picture of the entire board that's been created with a specialized app, and um, the app basically does the scoring and it plays out the animation of how things shoot. So if we take a look, this is a green ship that has lasers shooting in this direction and this direction with the number 1. And so this is the sequence under which they will shoot. So this ship will shoot first no matter what. And then this ship has the number 6, so it will shoot sixth, and it has a laser this way and that way. And so you place them on the board, rotate them, however, and you're not really supposed to think about it that much. You just have like a limited amount of time to like place them down, and then whoever has the most like points via kills or destruction or whatever wins the game. And you don't have to do scoring. You just take a picture, and then it animates the whole outcome through the app. And I thought that was a pretty cool, clever idea. Because like one of the biggest pain points of like board games is like keeping score or like trying to calculate the score. And the fact that you can just take a picture and then like run it through this app, and then it will tell you and even show you like the cool parts. So I think this is like an interesting use of like augmented reality. So yeah, that's Lightspeed Arena. I did not get to play or anything, but I'm going to note this because I thought that was pretty interesting. This is The Duke, Lord's Legacy. So I'm a fan of chess and chess-like games. The Duke is a game that's like chess, but it plays a little bit differently. I didn't need to get this because it's kind of like a reprint of the original Duke's game with a bunch of expansions. But I have everything, and they're nice wooden pieces. They've created this, and they were able to get the price point down to something. So they were selling this for 20, and I was like, oh, that's a good deal. But the pieces aren't made out of wood anymore. They're made out of like light cardboard, pressed cardboard. So they're nice. They're firm. They actually have rounded corners too. But it plays the same way, and I enjoyed it. So the interesting thing about the Duke is that you start with the Duke, which is basically your king, and each time you choose a piece to move, when you move it following its movement rules, you flip it over and it has a completely different move set. Um, or if you don't want to move a piece, you can spawn another tile or a soldier or I forget what they're called, but you spawn another tile adjacent to your Duke. So that's basically, and the goal of this game isn't like to checkmate, it's actually to just capture the Duke. So once the Duke is captured, you win. And you don't have to say check, but you have to say guard, which is like check for this game, or at least in the original rules. But yeah, I like the Duke. I have basically all the Duke stuff in wood, so. But I was excited to see it because for years they actually have another game that's similar. I think it's called Jarl, Jarl, and I was looking for that, and that hasn't been reprinted either. But apparently, all the employees of the company know that they have one copy at the office, but they're not allowed to take it out for demos because it's the only copy. And it's like, and the guy who was demoing, he was like, Oh yeah, I want a copy for myself, but I don't know how to get it because like since it hasn't been reprinted, they can't get another one without like it's super expensive. So let's see, Cryptozoic. They've been doing a bunch of different things as well. Here's a deck building game with Supergirl and Wonder Woman. Many Faces of Snoopy, a card game packed with personalities with the Peanuts IP. I thought this was cute. I didn't really check the game out or anything. Oh, this was funny. While I was walking around in the expo hall, there was one booth that was saying, "Hey, we're having a sleeving contest, and so the top fastest players will win prizes. Top three players are qualified for our Apex Sleeving Championships at PAX Unplugged. The PAX Unplugged victor will take home the ultimate prize, $1,000, a championship belt, and bragging rights." And so they basically just had people trying to sleeve cards as fast as possible, and I was like, "That's cool." So it's a fun little thing. Mayfair Games, they always have a selection of different games, so there we go. I didn't really stop in. I didn't check anything out, I think, specifically. After that, we were going to go get some dinner. So we were like, oh, where do we go get dinner? I took a picture of myself with this. So for anybody who hasn't been to Indianapolis, there is a Dick's Last Resort, which is a restaurant where the servers give you attitude and sassiness. And it's funny if you know have a good sense of humor and just know that they're being rude to you because that's part of the MO, and it's not because. But we didn't eat here. But walking past, I was like, oh, there's not many people standing by the front. Let me take a selfie with, you know, Dick of Dick's Last Resort. Let's see here. Sorry, we weren't going to dinner yet. We were going to an escape room. So on Thursday, I had gotten tickets for me, my best friend, and local friend to do an escape room. And so this is the escape room. If you want to watch the intro video that we were given, you can go to this. This is like a YouTube link to like the minute and a half. But basically, the scenario is Earth has a form of mold or bacteria or whatever that is affecting all of the things that grow food wise. And so there's a space station that's been isolated and abandoned, but has like seeds or something that have been either isolated or immune to this infection. And so we have to go to the space station, dock, open up the doors, find the lab, save the seeds, and then get out before time's up. So we had 1 hour. So the escape room could do up to 8 people, but there was my party of three, and then two other people, a father and his daughter. I would say the daughter was maybe in her teens, I'm guessing. But obviously I wasn't allowed to take any pictures of the escape room inside, but I can describe. So when you walk in, there was a bunch of lockers on both sides, and or no, on one side, and then the other side was like a cage with like spacesuits, and those spacesuits supposedly belong to our astronaut friends that have passed. And we were basically in like the airlock, right? So we were trying to open up the airlock to get into the main command center of the station. Um, and so we did that. We found keys, and there was a bunch of different locks. And we at one point we did find a uh, a key ring that had 4 keys on it. And my local friend was like trying to open up some, and I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. And I'd taken a look at some of the locks. Some of them were like dimple locks, and some of them were like regular pin and tumbler locks. So each different key would go to a different one, and I'm like, and he wasn't really trying them fast. I'm like, hey, you want me to do it? And he's like, yeah, yeah. So I just went through and I just opened up each one, and that opened up the thing. Bunch of the puzzles were good. Some of them were really hard. I think we were struggling for a bit. Um, the person who was on the comm watching us and watching us struggle, I would say, did give us a couple of hints, and we were probably using a little bit too much time as far as like. So basically, at the end of the adventure, I don't feel like we really earned the exit 100%. We definitely used a few hints and we probably got a couple of extra hints. So, but the coolest thing was once we opened the main airlock, then something else happened, and it scared the bejesus out of us. It was like huge air pressure got released, and it was super loud and just sudden, and none of us expected it. Um, and then when we solved another puzzle and got a code for something else, it looked like a door opened up and you had to climb. So like there was no way to walk because it was like a small tunnel. So you had to climb into this little hole, and it took you to like the secret lab. And then in the lab, we had to solve another puzzle to basically get the seeds. So we were able to retrieve the seeds and then get out. And a bunch of these puzzles, some of them were really easy, some of them were really difficult. One of them, um, we had to connect like numbers with a wire, and then like a light would activate and something. But it was, yeah, it was tough. So at the end, we also took a picture saying we escaped, and there was apparently like 3 minutes or something left. But I don't feel like we earned it. But I was supposed to get it in my email, and I haven't received the picture, so I don't know if it's just late processing or if we're not actually going to get it because we didn't. I don't feel like we actually won, but it was really fun. The puzzles were good, and so yeah, that was the escape room experience. Certainly not as epic as it was last year. So for anybody who missed last year's, I'll just give you the end result. Last year we escaped. Sorry, not last year. 2 years ago when I went, we escaped with 1 second left on the clock. This time we had a few minutes left, but I don't feel like we really earned it. So, but otherwise it was good. Okay. Oh yeah, we got. Oh yeah, so here's the party, and actually this was the father of the. And then I think the girl is back there. So I took a picture of the doors of the elevators because it's this actually didn't take place in the convention center. They were doing events for the convention, but it was like 2 blocks down, and they had their own building. I guess they're just normally holed up here. And so here is one of the elevator doors, and then here is the other one. So I thought that was pretty cool. Let's see. We came back to the convention center, and every year they do something like this, but this is Robo Rally that's on gigantic, and everybody who signs up gets a ticket. They have like a little cell phone basically that acts as a controller, and they tell you how to program your robot, and then all the robots act it out basically on this huge board on the floor, and it's super cool. We did it once. No, I did it twice in the past like 10 years, but I didn't do it this year, so it was cool. Let's see. Dragons on a big banner, like in a different part of the convention center. I had to take a picture with the Indiana basketball in the convention center. And then here's just a bunch of things that were being advertised in the hallway of the convention center. Um, let's see, this is just something else. Oh, this is remember that game Drillers that I talked about that I would say is probably the hottest game of the con? This was like a jumbo version in their, I forgot it was in their display room or, yeah, so it was Drillers. Yeah, this was in their separate room that they had outside of the convention expo hall. Let's see some other things. So if you're into like retro games, Kess Entertainment has been making a lot of board games from old retro properties. So they've made games like Contra, Sonic Roll here, a couple other ones, and then other things down here too. So let's see. Oh yeah, and so you can get a demo of all these if you were there. I saw one guy, so I collected, let's see, 4 of these on my badge. One, two, three, four. This guy collected all of these, and this was still Thursday, i.e., the first day, and I was like, "Holy crap! What what is he doing?" That's crazy. Let's see. I took a picture of this. This is a game called, I think, Oliva, and it looks simple, but I didn't sit around for a demo, but it seemed interesting. Took a picture of this. Paizo. They had 13 Omens, Pathfinder, a couple of things. This one I took a picture because my local friend was taking a picture because he was like, he knew my wife was a librarian. He's like, hey, you want to get this for your wife? And I was like, no, because I don't think she actually likes this show. So the Librarians is a show, and the show, this game is based on the show. So the Librarians adventure card game, um, the adventure card game. So yeah, but anyway, didn't get it. I got the quick like verbal like elevator pitch from the person who was there, but yeah, it doesn't really mean much if you don't like this show. So this was a Shovel Knight game. So I think there's a couple of Shovel Knight games. This is not the first one. I think this is like a newer one. But and then I think so. Oh, I wore a thing. Hold on, let me see. Did I have it here? So I wore something around my neck, and it said, yeah, I wore this. Hold on. I wore this around my neck. No, I'm Glorious Magician. And I was just trying to see how many people would come and see if they asked me for magic or if they inquired about it, and then they would be rewarded with a magic trick. So, and then it'd be like, "Would you like to see something?" And I think I did a magic trick for them. Oh yeah, so this is the game Shovel Knight Dungeon Duels, a miniatures board game. Oh, did I get a selfie with them? Oh, I forgot if I did. I should have gotten it like right here, but maybe I just showed them a trick and I forgot to get a selfie. All right, well, no big deal. I did end up giving all of the cards away to pretty much everybody I performed for, so that's fine. Let's see. Here's another game that I walked past that looked interesting. Ostia. Don't know anything about it, but here's the board. There you go. Here's one called Nippon, which is the Japanese word for Japan. And I didn't know this, but this is actually a re-release of an old game. Old game being like a game that came out like 15 years ago or something. So not like ancient, but like so a lot of people I guess had asked for availability or a reprint or something, and so this was popular enough that it was like, all right, they made a new edition. City of the Great Machine. This looked cool, sounded cool. I didn't really hang out to hear much about it, but yeah, time was like, I was just walking around. I take a ton of pictures, and I just, there's just too much to see. Oh, so I walked into this booth, and she was sitting there by herself. Nobody was coming into the booth. They make a lot, like gaming honors. They make a lot of things for like tabletop RPGs, and I spun the wheel and I got a what did I get? I got a guitar pick. I don't know where I put the guitar pick, but that's what I got from spinning the wheel, and then I did a magic trick for her. So that was fun. And then what game is this? I don't even remember. This is called Aether Spire, and I don't know anything about it. Just saw it, looked cool, took a picture. There we go. Canal. Oh, this one's called Canals of Windcrest. Oh, so my friend from my local friend a couple years ago when we went, he bought this other game of theirs called Mistwind. We played it, we liked it a lot, and I talked with the developers, told them that my friend bought Mistwind. I love Mistwind. I thought it was pretty good. This is supposed to be the sequel game to that, and the way they explained it, I felt like it was a lot simpler. But the main like lore thing that they kept in was like the game has these flying whales, and you feed them with krill. So that was kind of like one of the things that they kept. But they told me that they named this Canals of Windcrest because originally they were going to call this something else, and it was supposed to be the name of a city or town in this Mistwind game. And they discovered that the name was going to conflict with an already existing game, and I forgot what they said it was, but then they decided, we're just going to change this to a different name so that they could avoid any sort of like legal or toe stepping. and when they reprint Mistwind, they're gonna update it to be this. But my friend has an OG copy, and so he has like what the name originally should have been. And so yeah, that was an interesting tidbit that I found out about it from the developers. Um, oh, so this is a gigantic D20. Now, this was a booth that sold all sorts of dice that was inside of all of the these polymers, or if I was like acrylic or something. But like I found a hold on, did I take some more picture? Nope. Okay. So they had like little Pokeballs that were inside of clear dice, and that was cool. This thing was like this big, and I swear it was like 20 pounds. And when you picked it up, it was heavy. They were selling this, I think, for like $400. But inside, there's dice from all sorts of games. So like if you take a look, I think you see like where like King of Tokyo dice, whatever game this is from. Is that some zombie game? I don't remember. They got like regular dice. They got like this dice from like a game that has words. This is a symbol from probably something that I don't know. Here's like a D20. Here's like a shiny D20. Or is that something else? I don't know. So yeah, they were like, yeah, they just put in a ton of different dice from all sorts of different games, and here's what they got. So let's see. I took a picture of this. It looked like a simple game, so I was probably gonna look it up later. But Kobatakawa. So hold on. Let me see. Kobatakawa. Let me just write this down or type this down. Kobatakawa. Okay. All right. Let's see. And oh, this one was funny. I didn't check out the game, but this banner and this title looked axolotl with a gun, an arcade style one shot tabletop RPG. Here I am taking a selfie with a wooden plane, and the game is Dogfight. I think it's 1917. I saw they had a one ring, and I was like, "Ooh, I have to take a picture with the ring." And then they had a little statue Hobbit that I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna get a picture with the Hobbit with the ring in the back." And then, of course, I had to get a selfie with the Joker. So here's the Joker. Scott Shoe Music. Hello, welcome in, guys. We're not following our friend Scott Shoe Music. Please give Scott Shoe Music a follow. Scott, how's it going? Welcome in. What are you up to? How's it going? How was GenCon? Dude, GenCon was awesome. So I'm recapping, and I started stream like an hour and 40 minutes ago, and I'm still on Thursday. And it goes from Thursday to Sunday, although my Sunday was basically just driving home. But Scott, she says, looks like you had fun. I know, right? I did have fun. Um, let's see. Scott, she says, taking a short break from music production. Like, wait, taking like a short break, like today, like right now, so that you can get back to it later, or like taking a break, like, for like a month. Like I'm actually catching up with Twitch folk. Awesome. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you're doing well. Today, right now. Gotcha. Okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, I find that I am. So, Scott, I don't know if you know, but last year I lost my full time employment. So I've currently been out of full time employment for a while. But between then and now, I got together a bunch of my stuff, and I was like, I'm doing magic gigs now. So I am a a magician. It doesn't like replace all of my pay, but it's something. Oof, sorry to hear. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, more like a 15-minute break. Totally understand. Gotcha. Yep, got to take mental health breaks. By the way, if anybody's been sitting around for a while and you're not hydrated, please feel free to hydrate. Now's a good time. Okay, so let's see. Let's proceed. So more Oh yeah, yeah. And I tried to make my my head look like the Joker's head. There we go. So from this, boop boop boop, to that. There you go. All right. Oh, nice, level up the magic game. Nice. Yeah, I am leveling up the magic game. Okay, so this game is called Bar Keeps Bones, and it's a variant of Liar's Dice. Now, Liar's Dice is that game that if you've ever watched Pirates of the Caribbean, it's that dice game that they play. And the original game is super old, like I don't know if it's from the 1800s or something, but it's certainly in the public domain, and anybody can do variations of it. And it almost feels like every time I go to Gen Con, there is a new variation of it. So last time I did buy one, and I haven't played it since. So I'm like, all right, I shouldn't buy this, but it's a fun game to just randomly play because it doesn't take that long to just play a couple rounds at the convention, and it's super fun. So we played some Liar's Dice. The variation of this is that you have your dice under your cup, but there's a captain's shared roll that everybody can see all of the dice, and depending on what card gets flipped over, that modifies the dice that's on it. And there's cards. Everybody gets a hand of like two or three cards, and they do crazy effects. Like you can look at your opponent's dice, you can turn your dice to be whatever numbers you need them to be, and so yeah, that's Bar Keeps Bones. Let me see. Bar Keeps Bones. All right. And of course, if you want to back it, you can. It's on Kickstarter. But afterwards, because I approached the guy who was dressed up like a pirate, and then after the game was over, I was like, "You want to see a magic trick? Here you go. Show them a magic trick." And actually, oh, cool story. So because he was like, "Wow, this card's cool," and he was like, so he pinned it to his hat, and he said, "Oh man, I'm gonna wear this on my hat all day." I checked back with him yesterday, 2 days later, and it was still in his hat. And when I approached him, he was like, he remembered me. He was like, "Hey, yeah," and I'm like, "Yo, you're still you still have the card in your hat?" And he's like, "Yeah," and he's been telling everybody the story of me, like the magician that came and did a trick for him and put the card in, and he put the card in his hat. So yeah, that was cool. Here I am getting a picture with this Warhammer warrior, I guess. This was a game called Pillage the Village. So I took this picture this day, but I revisited the booth later. But this is like a simple game where you try to steal the most treasure from a village or your fellow dragons, and everybody who plays is playing a dragon. And it's kind of like a push your luck slash try and read your opponents kind of thing. So um, yeah. So let me note this down too because I thought this was a fun game, but I didn't get it or anything. I couldn't buy everything because got to keep the budget under control. This is called. Sorry, this was Riftbound for League of Legends, the trading card game, and so it's like a card game, I guess, that happens in the League of Legends world. I don't play League, so I don't really know. But I was like, all right, let me take a picture. Let me show people. Um, let's see. This is called Roth and Wreck. So I think that's two different games. Um, this one is called Malifax. I don't know. It looked cool, and I don't know if this came with it or if this is just like a three-dimensional rendering of what the 2D stuff in the box would look like. So I don't think you get all this stuff. I think this is just there for show. Star Wars Unlimited stuff. I know I have some friends. Oh, and then back to Card Hala. So now I'm seeing more towers get built. Things are getting more substantial, and some of these could stand pretty freely. Oh, after that, I sat at a bunch of tables by the corner. Um, Found a guy that was sitting by himself, and I was like, I need a break. And every other table had like multiple people. I'm like, hey, anybody sitting here? Can I sit here for a minute? So I sat down, and basically it was just I needed to like take my backpack off. It was getting a little heavy, and I ended up chatting with him for a little bit. And this was his, I don't know if it was his first or second year. It was, I did meet a bunch of people this year that were like, oh, it's their first or second Gen Con. But I showed him a magic trick, and he enjoyed it. Gave him a card, so there we go. Oh, I took a picture of this because this was on the wall outside of the expo hall, and I was like, oh, these questions are like hype from a game called Hypothetically. I liked the questions, but when I saw how the game was played, like in the demo hall the next day, I was like, oh, okay. I like talking about these questions, but I don't want to pay for it, kind of thing. Scott Shoe says magic tricks are a great icebreaker at a game convention. Prime audience, absolutely. Oh yeah, so Scott, you missed earlier when I talked about standing in line and trying to get into the expo hall. We were there about an hour early, and I basically ended up just doing an impromptu half an hour magic show for like the 8 people around me. It's like it was super fun. Um, Alstro Art, welcome in. How's it going, Alstro Art? What up, crazy? Alstro Art, I'm talking about my GenCon 2026 convention experience, showing pictures, showing some games, that kind of thing. Oh, one thing that I forgot to show, there's a game that I got because I heard just purely from rumor that it was sold out everywhere except for GenCon, and I did get a copy. I don't know how it's played, but uh, it is a trick taking game. So if anybody's not familiar, like a trick taking game is when it's like Hearts, the card game, or Spades. So you play a card, you see which one is the highest, and you take it. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, and I don't really know the rules yet. But it's based on a Brandon Sanderson property, and so it's this one is Brandon Sanderson's Shards of Creation. Now the reason why I got this, besides the fact that it seemed to be sold out everywhere else except for Gen Con, was they had a bunch of copies. It seemed like pretty affordable, but also if I don't end up playing the game, there's a bunch of cards in here. So Scott Shoe Music says, "What games have you been playing lately?" Basically over the con, the games that I played the most are probably these two Fliptoons seasons 1 and 2. Well, season 1 isn't called season 1; it's just Fliptoons, and then Fliptoon season 2. Played those, and then a game called Regicide as well. Um, let's see. Scott, she says, I haven't been playing much since last summer. Was playing Arcs with my kids and their friends for a little while. Oh yeah, I saw Arcs around. That was pretty popular at the con. Elstro Art says, I thought you were going to say you can resell it for a bunch of money. No, I don't. I don't think so. But anyway, so I opened it up, and here's just like one of the packets of cards. And I assume that each one of these packets, like this is the red characters packet. And so, yeah. The big thing is like they have different numbers. So like here's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then 20. So I don't know if I'm missing some or if that's deliberate. Hold on, let me controlled experiment. Oh no, these are reference cards, I think. 0, 1, 2. Hold on, we'll just skip to the end here. 16. Oh, I don't see a 20 for this one. Interesting. So there might be some asymmetrical nature to the decks, but yeah, these are actually pretty nice cards. They feel like matte cards. They have the air cushion. They have they'll glide across each other. So hold on, let me see. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. So that works. So if I take one out, I can still go 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I mean, these are fine for Magic. Let me just go ahead and take one out, and so we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So yeah, these will work fine for Magic if I want to just use them for Magic. Easy. Okay, so that is Shards of Creation, something that I got for myself. Let's see. Scott Shoe says, really want to get Earthborn Rangers and play with a group. Might be a while before I can make it happen though. Yeah, it kind of depends on like your like the number of people you need, the play group, the style of games that they like to play, right? Um, Scott Shoe says, my kids and their friends are really into Magic the Gathering right now, dude. I used to play Magic the Gathering all the time. I've done Magic the Gathering with Magic the Gathering cards. Here, let me just give you a quick preview. So, um, all right. So here we have 3 cards, and if I show you, this is a mountain. Here's a mountain, and here is a plains, and so keep your eye on the planes. But if I take the planes and I place it on the bottom, where's the planes? A lot of people would say on the bottom, but no, if I show you, that's actually a mountain. And you're like, wait, wait, wait. If you did that, maybe the planes is still on the top. Well, I can show you that the top card is also a mountain. Wait, wait. If there's the planes must be in the middle. And no, no, that's a mountain as well. Uh, but wait, some people are like, wait, wait, you just showed me three mountains. You're cheating. There's no planes in there. I'm like, no, there's a planes right here. And they're like, oh, wait, if there's a plains down there, there must be a mountain on the top. And I'm like, yeah, no, no, no. There's a plains on the top too. And it's like, wait, wait, wait. If the top and the bottom are plains, the middle's got to be a mountain. I'm like, no, no, no. That's also a plains. Um, and so now they're like, wait, you must be cheating because you have six cards, three mountains and three plains. I'm like, no, no, no. I only have three. One, two, three. And then I tell them, all right, double or nothing. You're gonna have all these cards if you can guess what the last card is, and I'm only going to give you a hint. This is a mountain. This is a plains. Scott says, "Yeah, I was into it when I was in elementary school. Oh yeah, I played in elementary. I don't think I did much in middle school, but then high school kicked it up a notch. Did you guys see the sleight of hand? I don't know if you saw the sleight of hand. Did you guess sleight of hand? Because this card is actually sleight of hand. It's a card sleight of hand from Magic the Gathering. There we go. All right, boom. Mind blown, says Scott. Thank you kindly for the claps. Yeah, so yeah, I've done. I have a redeem here. So if you ever want to see Magic the Gathering cards during my normal Magic streams, if you redeem Magic the Gathering cards, I'll do Magic with Magic the Gathering cards. But anyway, there you go. All right, back to Gen Con. So at this point, I think we were going to dinner, and I saw this really fancy light fixture somewhere, and I was like, I need to take a picture of that, and so I did. So I took a picture of that. Oh yeah, this was an Indian restaurant. I don't really want to throw them under the bus, but for completion's sake, so this was a restaurant called Aroma, and when we first came in, we thought it was going to be a fine experience. It was normal, so we sat down, and shortly after we sat down, one of the servers drops like a tray full of food, and I think honestly, they probably lost their rhythm after that because it was a little bit rough. So I wanted to leave the benefit of the doubt, but like. I think service just kind of went wrong here. The food was good, so here's their menu. I ended up getting a chicken tikka masala, and I also wrote my name in water on the table because they filled up the waters. There was a little girl that was going around and just asking everybody if they wanted their waters refilled, like a lot, and so that was good. But then it like we ordered, it took so when the food came out, we didn't have any utensils, so it's like, hey, can we have utensils? Um, and so here's like a picture of all the food. So here's my chicken tikka masala. This is naan. This is rice, and this is a combination of rice and chicken tikka masala. And my friends got something different. I think my local friend got vindaloo, and I think my best friend got uh, paneer tikka masala, I think. So, but then afterwards, we had to ask for the check. It took them a long time to come back over so we can ask for the check. They gave us the check. I went to put my card in and like put it up, standing up on the table, and then we waited there for a long time. Nothing happened, and then they bring over another check. And I'm like, not only did they bring over another check, but they didn't take my card that was already sitting, and it was like it was standing up, like with is so I don't know. So between like we had to ask for silverware, we had to wait a long time for the check twice, and for them to take it. I don't know. It was just it didn't feel like it was very good service, but as I said, they could have had their like um their rhythm just busted with the drop tray and stuff. So I don't know. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. The food was good, but the service was not very good. I think we could have saved like probably a half an hour total of waiting time because we waited for the check like for 15 minutes each time. And here's the annoying part. I think if everything was slowed down, it probably would have been fine. But there were people who came in after us that got their food and paid and left, and before we were able to leave. So that was, I think, the clincher that kind of annoyed me. All right, and then after dinner, I was like, I wanted to see. So this is directly across the street from whatever Gain. So our hotel was directly across the street from Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and so I was like, I wanted to walk over here because I saw like a big thing that looked really interesting. It was, so I got a selfie with this, and then let's see, this thing. So this thing on the right here. So this is like a big a big thing where it was like playing loud music or whatever, and I didn't know what it was, but I'm like, I want to find out. So I walked over, um, and they were displaying lots of different things in there, like music things, sports things, art things, and it was playing like loud music and audio. Alstro says it's a mini Las Vegas sphere. Lol. I mean, it could have been. It's a lot smaller than the sphere, that's for sure. But yeah, it's like some like technological art installation. So I got a selfie with it because I thought it was gonna be cool. And it just so happened. So this thing was changing images like the entire time. So it was just like I put my hand up and I'm like, oh my god, that's actually a really good one to have right there. And then let's see. And yeah, it just showed a bunch of different stuff. I ended up walking into it. Like I really like this picture. I took this one. And then here I went inside. Oh, and took some video. Oh, hold on. Let me turn on the audio and hopefully it's not too loud. And then hold on, let me just make sure you guys can hear it. Yes, okay. You guys can hear it. Let me turn it down because I think it's gonna blow my eardrums out. Okay. All right, ready? Okay, my friend Zui and I are standing inside this dome thing. Since the founding of the city, Indianapolis. And like the audio focal point is right here, and all of these have a speaker, but it looks basically like this. In a decision that received both criticism and praise for its impact on the crazy. Yeah. So yeah, looking around in there. So when you were standing in the center, it sounded like all of it, when I was speaking, it sounded like it would reverberate back, and I could hear myself like yelling in my own ear. Um, when I was doing that. But then all the sound that was coming out of all the speakers, it didn't seem like it was individually loud when you walked up to it, but standing directly in the center, it sounded and felt loud, and I was like, "Whoa, that's cool." So, and then there was like a basketball court nearby, and then here's the field house picture, which this seems like a place that they would take pictures for like an event or something. But I had no event there. I was just visiting, and I just took a selfie here. I thought this was that was pretty good. Here's one of the basketball court at a certain vantage point, and then I didn't. So there was a funny. I didn't know what this was, but there we go. Hope, healing, forgiveness. There we go. And so that was the view from this side over here. And then here's a side view of that building thing. I don't know, technological art installation. And then yeah, this was the restaurant that was at the bottom of our hotel. We ended up not eating here, but that's what it's called. Dock Crows. This was a picture that happened to be on my floor. I thought it was. No, it's not like it was two pictures, but it was like a mirror flip or whatever. So I thought it was interesting. This is a light that was next to a door that you would see in the hallway, but I was like, wow, it's a strangely shaped light, and it was both up and down. So I took a picture. It turned out interesting. Oh, okay. So I got a game from one of the vendors. Actually, I bought a couple from this vendor, but I just wanted to show off two things. Um, let me see. Where did I put this? Okay. First thing is this was a game that I played years ago, and I didn't get it, but I thought it would be really good, and also for my daughter now that she's getting a little bit older and she can understand things. It's called Things in Rings, and you have a bunch of different cards. You get a handful of cards. They might be things like roller coaster, rooster, slug, and so on. It could be all sorts of objects and nouns, and then you get three strings, and the three colors denote different things about the thing. Yellow, I believe, is some quality about the actual word itself. The blue thing is like about the actual noun, and I think the red is about the things around it, or maybe I have the blue and red reversed. But for each card, you basically make a gigantic Venn diagram of all three of the circles, and for each card, so like if yellow was like contains an even number of letters or something, so based on the word, then chimney, you basically put it where in the Venn diagram, and the goal is to try and get rid of all of your cards. If you put a card in, and the person who laid out like is the judge, they get to judge and say, oh, that's correct or that's incorrect. If it's correct, you get to keep on playing more cards. If it's incorrect, you leave that there and you draw a new card. And it's like this fun social, like, hey, try and categorize things. And so this is like a simple casual, but you can play it with fewer than the three circles to make it easier for, in this case, a 5-year-old. Then the other thing that I bought at this stand, and this is from the All Play, I bought a game called Movie Night. And here, this has two cards where it says movie has and movie doesn't have. And basically, the game is you're going to try and come up with a movie that has certain qualities, and you have to play 5 of these cards per round. And it's kind of like, I don't know if it's like you could play it probably as an individual for points, or if you want to do it as like a group activity. We did it as a group activity. And so let me just go through a quick round of this. So first, we're going to play this under the movie has. So in this case, the movie is an adaptation. So I'm going to come up with a movie, Avatar. Not the Airbender, Avatar with the blue people. So it's an adaptation of like Pocahontas, right? So now you keep that movie in mind, and then you draw the next card. And whatever the next card is, you basically try and eliminate Avatar as a possible movie for this thing, and then you have to come up with a new movie that fits with the new criteria. So, Astro Art says James Cameron in shambles. All right, so here we go. So released before 2000. I think. Wait, when did Avatar come out? Avatar came out after 2000, right? Let me see here. Avatar. Yeah, Avatar came out 2009. Okay, so it was. So since Avatar was released after 2000, so this has to be released before 2000. So we're trying to come up with a movie that is an adaptation released before 2000. So let's see. Um, if anybody has any ideas, feel free to throw any movie titles in there. Let's see. Old movie. Oh, Oliver and Company. Oliver and Company is an animated movie, Disney, and it's basically an adaptation of Oliver Twist, but it came out like I forget, it was late 80s or early 90s. All right, so keeping that movie in mind, explosions. So does Oliver and Company have explosions in it? I don't think it does. So now the movie that we have to come up with is an adaptation released before 2000 and has explosions. Um, okay, let's see. Is Blade Runner an adaptation of something? Because that's certainly before is an adaptation explosion. What else is yes? Okay. Yeah. So what? Blade Runner is a book, right? So it's an adaptation of a book. So that'd be valid. Or adaptation of. Oh yeah. Short story. Oh, short story. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So, So it's an adaptation released before 2000 and has explosions. All right, perfect. So now keeping Blade Runner in mind, flying. Does Blade Runner have flying? Uh, I don't think anybody can inherently fly. Do they even show a plane? I don't even know if it shows a plane in Blade Runner. I don't remember. I haven't seen it for a long time. Based on what I remember, I'm gonna say I don't think it has flying. So now it must include flying. Okay. Let's see here. So is an adaptation before 2000 explosions flying. Uh, Superman, Christopher Reeves, is an adaptation of comic books released before 2000, has explosions, and Superman flies. It's like this is the Superman example right here. Superman. All right, and now, oh god, and now the last one is has a female main character. So does Superman have a female main character? No, because the main character is Superman, who is male. So now we have to come up with one where the movie has a female main character. All right, so this was not a good example for using this, but so I need to find. So we need to find an adaptation where the main character is female, flying explosions, and before 2000. Um. Okay. So anyway, the point of this is. Oh, hold on. I kind of want to get this. Let me see. Female main character flying. Um. Explosions. Before 2000 is an adaptation. Um. Um. Question: Does the Disney Sleeping Beauty have explosions in it? Because I think I kind of want to. All right. Ooh, wait. Disney Cinderella. It's an adaptation because Cinderella is based on like a fairy tale, released before 2000 because it's way old. Flying because the fairies in Cinderella fly, and Cinderella's the main character. And explosions because there's that fight scene between the fairies where they're having like color explosions in the cabin. Okay, so anyway, that's my answer. Anyway, the reason why I went through this is because I wanted to show you the most ridiculous one that I had with my roommates, my friends, and we were playing this game. We basically played through the entire deck, and we were like looking up weird questions. And so let me just show you the one that we had. So we ended up with the movie had to have characters 12 character 12 or younger, so 12 years or younger, but it doesn't have students. So we were like, okay, movies that had uneducated children or like babies, but then also had to have explosions. And then it had to have a movie or show within the movie. And then it also had to be a musician or stand up comic in a lead role. And this was like super inane because we probably spent like 6 minutes on some of these. And like some of them was like, we had to look up, oh, are there any babies in this movie? And it was just, yeah, we had to look up the most ridiculous things about movies. So anyway, I will admit that it seems like a simple game, but I had way more fun playing this than I thought I would, and I was like, all right, considering it was less than $10, I'm like, all right, that was worth it. So here we go. That's called Movie Night by All Play. So all right, let me also put. Let me see, Movie Night things in rings. Okay. What was the answer? I forgot. We had so many ridiculous movies. But let me see. So for this, I think we thought of a few things because like so basically we basically came up with the if the movie has a baby and no other kids, then that would satisfy these two. So there's like a lot of sci-fi movies that have explosions, but there aren't that many movies or shows within the movie, so we had to come up with one. But actually, I think I think we finally decided that we chose Monty Python Holy Grail because there is a baby in it and they're uneducated because it's like Monty Python Holy Grail time. Explosions because the Holy Hand Grenade. The movie or show within the movie. Holy Grail itself is the movie within the movie because at the end, you know how it's like it's like it breaks the fourth wall and you're outside of the movie, right? Like, and then musician or stand-up comic in a lead role, and it doesn't mean it's the main character necessarily, but a bunch of them are musicians because they're basically doing like a play, right? And they're using like coconuts and other things to do the music. So we basically kind of accepted that as our answer, but it was very difficult because it took us like a bunch of time and like random googling of things to get there. Let's see. Next morning's breakfast. There were no eggs to be had, so I had some sausage, more strawberries, and potatoes. There were forks today, but I think that was because there were no eggs. So there you go. I did. Oh, actually, there were no eggs for the first plate. I went back after I finished this, and then I got eggs and potatoes, but there was no sausage. So, or maybe I didn't grab more sausage. But so this was the first trip away from my house since I've had to really watch my diet for gout purposes, and so yeah, this was kind of a challenging food trip for me. So, a bird landed on the table on the balcony near where we were, so I took a picture of it. There it is. Hi, bird. Bye, bird. Visiting card Hala. Um, this is now so a lot of these are fleshed out, huge towers. This one is like a shark. Like they basically made this shark out of it looks like Star Wars Unlimited here. And then I think what's this? Is this Flesh and Blood? And then the eye was red with red bicycle cards. So I was like, whoa, that's so cool. And so it's fun to see like the development and see how much gets built up in Cardhala every day because yeah, there's people like building it all the time. So and then here's some more bicycle cards, and obviously I had to take the bicycle card represent. I will say this though, I went to visit the bicycle booth and I did get some decks of cards. I haven't even opened them yet. I'll show you, but I was a little disappointed in their reaction because they did not. So I was wearing my non glorious magician, and nobody at the bicycle booth said anything. So I was like, oh, okay, fine, whatevs. So the decks that I got from Bicycle. And let me just pull them out. I didn't open them yet, and actually, I don't think I want to open them yet. So, but let's show you guys the decks that I got. So first one I got was the Sparkler deck, and so I didn't know what this was going to be like, but they had a demo box, so I opened it up, and it basically the back will look exactly like this. So it's basically blue around the edges, but red in the center, and then like basically all of the cards are going to be similar. But this is cheaper. This was cheaper there than I saw at really anywhere else. So I got one of these. I don't think I needed many of these. And then I did buy more than one of these because I think I'm going to give one to my kid, and it is the Bluey bicycle deck. And it was a decent price, so I just stocked up and got three. So, but yeah, so I'll probably open these up on a future Twitch Magic stream, and we'll go from there. Oh, I did stop. Oh, one of the first booths that I stopped at, and I didn't mention this because it looks like I didn't get a picture there, but I went to a booth called Foreteller, and they actually had decks of cards, and I was like, ooh, what kind of decks of cards? And let me show you what they had. So this is a Foreteller deck of many dice, and I happened to get one of uh, by one I mean I ended up coming back to the booth later to get more, but all of these decks are decks of not 52 cards but 60 cards. The reason why there are 60 cards is that they have the 52 main cards that we know and love, and then they also have two other suits. The O, which could act as like a face card for O, or if that's a 0, it could be 0. And then P, which I think for decks that have an additional face card, that's usually the princess. But as you can see on these cards, not only does it have the rank and the suit, it also has dice. So if you're familiar, this is a D4, which is a four-sided die, a D6, a D8, a D12, D10, D12, and then D20. And the reason why they have 60 cards is that they assured me that if you have all 60 cards randomly shuffled and you need to roll one of those dice, you can just draw the card. Let's say I wanted to roll a D20. My D20 roll would be 12. And just as long as I put this back into the deck, the distribution of cards should be equal to the odds of actually rolling the dice. And I thought that was really cool. And so I wanted to see if I can end up doing some magic tricks. But I did do some magic tricks for the booth with their cards. And so, yeah. And so that was pretty cool. But yeah, so I haven't opened these ones yet. I did open this one just to take a look. But that's where we're at on that one. And I thought that was pretty awesome. And I have their social media, so I can, if I do a trick with these, I can tag them. So, all right. Walking through the hallway outside the expo hall, seeing and hearing musicians. Let me, hold on. I just finished up my tea, but I wanted to get some more, so. Turned on the tea machine. Do I still have water? Yep, okay. All right, let's see, musicians. I took a picture with this dragon, and then I stuck my head in the dragon to get a picture, and then I stuck my head deeper in the dragon's mouth. So, and then this was me getting eaten by. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I just want to get a picture of the dragon with the cat on its head. So there we go. Black Labrador Creations. Just saw fun name, and I just took a picture. I don't know what they're offering. I took this picture because I saw Cola Wars, and so I think I wanted to check that out later. So let me put down Cola Wars so I can note it for later. They were selling a ton of mugs, and so here's a bunch of mugs. Let me see if I could. Oh, this picture came out really good. It's not that blurry, so you can kind of see what they have. But this is cool. Some fun shirts. So this shirt says, "Cast gun, prepare to meet God." This was a picture on an easel, I think. Oh, this is a game called Time to Panic. I got the rundown. It sounded like a casual game. Didn't seem like anything that I would be the demographic for. Soar. This one actually seemed like the most interesting one out of the bunch. And it was a game where you're trying to get your token into this market, and it plays like 3 to 5 people. But you don't want to be so. You don't necessarily always want to be the first place in terms of like the score or number. Like here, you actually want to be second place because you get the most points for being in second place. Whereas here, you actually want to be in last place because, sure, you want to be in last place, but the second one would be you want to be in first place, but not in second place. So, and so that one seemed interesting, but I didn't end up going back to get this. Oh yeah, but let me note this game because I wanted to maybe check that out. And then this was that game hypothetically, which seemed like it had cool questions, but I didn't really like the gameplay, and the mechanics didn't seem like. It almost seems like an activity around asking a bunch of hypothetical questions. But let me just read you like how far could you throw a baseball on flat ground, and either in feet or meters. And the goal was you try and write like a number, and so like here is like how many times could you bounce a bouncy ball with one throw? And so the person who is answering the question hides their answer. Everybody else tries to guess, and like closest answer wins kind of thing. How many licks would it take you to finish a lollipop? Round to the nearest 10. How many toys could you get out of a claw machine in 1 hour? This game's called Brink. It looked cool. I like games with hexes, so I took a picture. I didn't really listen to any pitches or demo here. Moonrakers, similar thing, looked cool. I don't really think I stuck around for anything. There's just so many things to see, and you just can't stick around and listen to everything. Let's see. This is Pillars of Fate. Looks like this. I don't know anything about it. Just stopped to take a picture. Um, Veiled Right, similar. And I'm not sure what this game is. Oh wait. Scales of Fate. Okay. Let's see. Resurrection Games. Roll Fate. For All Mankind. Oh yeah, I talked about this game earlier. We came back, and I think I was with my friends at this point. My local friend was considering getting it, but then that's when he sat down for the demo, I think, and or stood and watched other people do the demo, and that's when we came to the conclusion that ideally it's probably for 4 players, and you can play it with fewer players, but then you basically have like AI players that just kind of follow like a predictable pattern, and I think that was like not a selling point for our crew. So, but there it is. It's got a cool tagline, like got us to listen to it. For all mankind, explore the solar system, blow up your friends. And there it is. So, oh yeah, you see things way cleaner in this one, in this picture. Okay. Oh yeah, and this is that Leviathan Wilds game. So here's the Leviathan, and my best friend and I actually sat down for a demo of this one. So we played. It seemed cool, and we got a copy. So there we go. A lot more people in the expo hall. Like these aisles are really deep, and there's a lot of people. So just to give you an idea of how many people. I think this is now we're on the second day. Oh yeah, since the breakfast pictures, second day. Here's me with a little red dragon, and you can see that I am wearing the Nam Glorious Magician. Oh yeah, and actually, if you can't tell, I'm wearing the Ask Me About Magic Twitch shirt that I wore at TwitchCon Vegas in 2023. So oh, Regicide. Okay, so this is that game that my best friend taught me how to play on Wednesday night, and we played it then, and then we played it again the next morning before entering. But so Regicide is the base game, just uses a regular deck of cards. Regicide Inferno. This is the game that they created that has a fifth suit, and hold on, I just want to grab these. And then Regicide Crown Duels is also a game that you could play using a regular deck of cards, but if you like TCGs, there's a lot of rules and things surrounding it so that it gives you like a feel of like a TCG game, but it also just uses a regular deck of cards. But I ended up purchasing Regicide Inferno and Crown Duels, and so here they are. And one of the cool things was that we were talking with the developer, and we told them about how much we liked it. And I think, as I alluded to earlier, so Regicide by itself is actually a game that was super well designed, and we almost felt like my crew and I thought it's a game that's better than some paid games, and you can just play it with a regular deck of cards. So Inferno amps it up a bunch, and with the fifth suit also makes the game a lot harder with a bunch of other rules. And this one I bought. I wasn't thinking I was going to buy this, but he said, "Oh yeah, this is like the last one at the convention." And I'm like, whether that was true or not, probably didn't matter. I'm just like, all right, let me support you because it's super cool that the developers would create a game, release it for free, and everybody could just play it with a regular deck of cards. But now they're selling product, and it seems like they're doing well, and I think everybody likes their game. So anybody who's played it, it's like a really meaty game. So I was impressed. Um, and then we talked about like how I came up with it. So this guy, let me see, did I get a selfie with him? No, or at least not yet. But so no, yeah, we talked to him, and the guy who was there, he told us that he used to play Star Wars customizable card game, and I was like, what? That's crazy! One of my favorite card games still to this very day. And that's how he met the other guy that he created Regicide with, and I was like, whoa, okay, that's so cool. Let's see, took a picture of this just because it looked funny. Mask of the Elder Gods. There you go. The Monolith. So at first, when my local friend said, "Hey, is that a dice tower?" and I looked into it, like inside, and it just looks like it was like a hollow 3D printed thing, and so it was not a dice tower. It was just 3D printed. And actually, we're looking at the game. There's no dice, so that's kind of a dead giveaway that it's not a dice tower. Um, but otherwise, didn't know anything else about it. Just thought that about the tower. I meant to send this picture to one of my other friends, but I have a friend that loves this game, Summoner Wars, and it's like a tactical kind of like chess-like game, but using cards, and they have different behaviors. They have like hit points and that kind of thing. So, but I played it before, but I just want to take this picture to share with one of my friends. Oh, this one is called Treat Please, and local friend and I stood for a pitch for a little bit, and I was like, all right, probably not my thing. I'm not really a dog person normally, but he has a dog, and he basically sat. And the premise of the game is that you play a dog, and because there's a lot of like behaviors that dogs do to get their humans to do things, and so you're trying to get like the most like pleasure or stuff from your human. So it's like you go do this thing, like you scratch the couch, get attention from your human, or you go over and rub yourself on their leg, and maybe you get a treat and that kind of stuff. So, um, but yeah, we didn't play this, but my local friend bought it, and so we might play this at some point. But it's cute. It's about dogs, and he basically said that while he was listening to the pitch, it was basically about his dog. Like he felt like this is the game like for him because his dog treats him this way. But here are all the dogs that I think the developer, which was the woman that's off camera here, she had real dogs in her life. So this one looked cool. What was this called? It's called Six Sided Seas, and it's using dice on a couple of ships. And I think there's some rules where you roll them and you can combine them and like discard them to do something with your opponent's dice to get rid of them. And I think if you lose all your dice, you lose. But that's just my guess as to what happens, and I didn't know. I didn't really sit for the demo. I just watched some people roll some dice and take some actions. So six-sided seas, yeah. I did want to look into that though. That seems a little cool. Six-sided seas. There we go. Lion Wake. So this was the game next to the this one, like physically, but it's in another booth. The treat please. And this one seemed super complicated, and there was like a lot of moving parts. And I think it might have taken like the estimate was like up to like 3 hours or maybe 4 hours, probably with teaching certainly. But they talked about how many different mechanics were in the game, all the things that you can combine, the moving parts. This was like on the 2 minute elevator pitch, and how much they wanted to instill like Asian culture and like things inside of it. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. But I mean, if you take a look, it's like if you purchase the game, so I think they might have run out, but if you like kickstarted or pre-ordered or something, then you get this free bag. So it's a deck and tableau building game with dice battling and an action economy. And all of those things could be heavy just by itself, but it's combining all of those things. And I was like, whoa, all right, that does sound like it's like gonna be a heavy game. But yeah, here you go. Oh, so this is a booth that I was just walking by. I think these ladies actually were interested in my local friend's game that he just bought about the dogs. Treats, please. And he stopped to talk to them, and then I came over and started chatting. And then I think one of them said, "Oh, magician," and I'm like, "You want to see something?" And so showed them a trick, and here we are. Ash's Ascendancy. I just took a picture. It seemed like a card game. I didn't really listen to the elevator pitch, but there we are. Let's see. Oh, I took a picture of this because what did I want to know the price of? Or I just wanted to see what they were offering, I think. Let's see. Oh no, this was just a booth, and I was like, oh, this is just all the prices of all the things. Star Trek Space Hunt. Oh, thanks for the heat map. Whoever clicked on the heat map. So this is a Star Trek board game that is similar to Captain Sonar. If anybody has never heard of Captain Sonar, if you've heard of and played Battleship, like the old school classic Battleship game, Captain Sonar is like a real time version of it that plays at least 2v2, but up to 4v4, so up to 8 players. The Star Trek Space Hunt is basically a smaller version. It's pretty much just 2v2, I think, was the best situation for this. But it's Captain Sonar with a Star Trek theme, and they updated all of the stations. So instead of being in a submarine, you are in a starship, and you're doing like Star Trek future technology tasks instead of submarine tasks. Strange slot. Oh, so I took a picture of this. Now, if I just walked past this and I just assumed and I didn't ask anything, I would have just been like, "Oh, this game seems a little silly or ridiculous." I don't know. Um, but as it turns out, I think this game is very interesting because it's a real-time. How do I explain this? It's a real-time statistics guessing game. And so there are 6 decks with a different distribution of cards. Let me see. Oh yeah, I didn't take it. Cards of different shapes in them. You're handed the deck, and in real time, you have like I don't know if it's 30 seconds or a minute or something. Uh, you get a chance to flip through as many cards as you can, and while you're doing that, you use your pen and mark on this sheet the distribution of what you find. So if it's like, I don't know if we can zoom in and see all these symbols, but like there's like cherries, fruits, moons, stars, that kind of thing. So things that you might see normally on a in a slot game machine. And you play 4 rounds, and you're trying to guess which deck. So in this case, one, two, three, four, five, or 6 is which one. So A, B, C, D, E, F, and it's kind of simulating you like flipping the slot machine to like just do one more play. And the whole reason why I thought this was interesting was because you do it in real time. So like the faster you can do it to like do the distribution. And also it's not 100% because it's a distribution. So you might not get through all the cards in the pack. And so you have no idea which one is which. But whoever gets the most correct at the end wins after 4 rounds, and there's 6 packs. So you'll have to guess for the last 2. But yeah, that's it's just super weird. But I was like, the real time math distribution thing was like the most unique thing about it. I feel like. Um, so yeah, strange slot. Let me see, strange slot. Okay, let's see. This is called Black Flag. If anybody's ever played Bang, this is basically Bang, but you don't like get eliminated from the game when you lose. Your ship gets eliminated, and next turn you'll get a new ship, and you can continue to play Bang. And then they have this scoreboard for either the blue side or the yellow side, and these are like hidden roll cards. And if you're in the middle, the neutral, that's where the pirates fall. So that's how the pirates win. Or the pirates can win by taking all of the treasure. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I don't know if I have many people to play Bang with, so. Oh, I took a picture of this because I was like, oh man, these are all like the crazy puzzle cubes. So um, I don't think I would have the patience to do any of these. But I don't know if Chan's still here, but Chan does all of these puzzle cubes. So and if Chan hasn't done these, I think Chan would do these. So oh, I thought this had a very clever name. This game is called Fibonaccios. So it's like, and you can see the shape. It's like Fibonacci sequence, but then it's about nachos. So I looked at the back. I don't think it was like something I'd be interested in. And this one I looked at because it looked like tarot cards, but it's actually like a an RPG like deck aid. So it helps with doing a tabletop RPG. Slay to win. I just took a picture of it because I thought this was funny. This was on display for just showing off. I thought they looked cool. Here's another booth which with a bunch of things, a bunch of games. So at this point, I was just like, okay, let me just see what pictures I could take of just lots of different games. I think all these. I didn't realize Attack on Titan also had a role-playing game, and also my local friend and I talked about Attack on Titan anime. I haven't seen it, but he was trying to convince me to watch it. So maybe one day I'll watch it. I'm convinced that I would like it. Uh, Kagome Shuko, welcome in. How's it going? Typing in the Fibonacci sequence, probably in relation to when I mentioned Fibonaccios. Welcome in, Kagome. How's it going? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, and so on. Yep. Oh, I think hopefully my tea is ready. By the way, if you've been sitting around for a while and you've not hydrated, please feel free to hydrate. So Kogome, today we are not doing magic, as you can tell. We are doing a recap of my GenCon 2026 convention visit. Kogome says, still holding up, nerve damage sucks. I know, I'm sorry. Um, yeah. Is it painful or just finished eating some ice? Says Kogome. Oh, Kogome, I saw you uh, put a picture in the Discord of what was it? It was a food thing. Uh, the Frito pie. That's right. Did you put that together? Because I think a lot of people underestimate the food using Fritos in food. Like if you just need a crunch for something, Fritos are surprisingly pretty good. um, Kagome says it makes me dizzy. Also hurts at times. Oh, I'm sorry, Kagome. Yeah, yeah. Nerve damage does suck. I'm not saying that I know because I don't know what that's like. I can't possibly know what that's like. I think all my nerves are probably fine, but I like. I guess some there's experiences that you can't know until you compare them to the opposite, right? And like unless I receive nerve damage one day, I don't think I would ever actually truly understand. Um, Kagome says, yeah, put it together, but just basically just dump chili on top of Fritos and then just dump cheese on top of that. Yeah, right. No, I love mixing things. So yeah, I like eating my chili too with tortilla chips. So Ricky Charms, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome back, Crazy. Hope you had a good time at Gen Con. Absolutely did, Ricky Charms. Guys, so I potentially had a chance trying to coordinate meeting up with Ricky Charms actually, but it didn't work out. So we could not meet in person. But yeah, it's I had a busy time, and also it was funny, Ricky, because when I was freeing up to meet up with you, another friend was like, "Hey, do you want to meet up?" And both of you had like narrow meet windows, and I was like, "Hey, this would be ideal if you guys could meet me like here because that's where I told the other person to meet me." I'm like, "Yep, I'm over by Card Hala," and so, but it was just like a very narrow slice of time. I think on was it Friday or Saturday? I don't remember. Ricky Charm says, "Ha, no worries. I wish I could have caught some magic IRL." Yeah, so, no, but yeah, I was showing a ton of magic all over to a bunch of people, but like I couldn't show it to everybody because I think there were even some people who saw me do magic for a different group, and just because of the fact that I was just moving around so much, they either couldn't catch up with me or maybe they were too shy to approach me or something. So, but Ricky Charms, I would have shown you some magic in real life. Yeah, I had my decks ready, and but anyway. Kogome Shuko says, "You know how when you have a cut, sometimes months later, you'll have this random pinch sting feeling where you got that cut? That's your nerve. Now imagine that all over your head, ears, and feet, and sometimes other. Ooh, yeah." And Ricky Charm says, "Next time." All right, awesome, Ricky Charms. Yeah, I will. I will see. I don't know if I'll be at Gen Con every year, but certainly every 2 to 3 years, I think my group plans to go. And if my best friend's going, I'm basically going because he lives on the other side of the country, so I never get a chance to see him. And that's usually this is our usually our big con that we go to. Let's see. Took a picture of some distilled stuff. One of our friends has distilled, so we didn't need this, but just wanted to see what the extra stuff is just in case. This is a game that the distilled people made called Luthier. And it's about is that a cello? It's a musical instrument. So let's see, and then here's distilled cocktails, which is like another separate. I think it's a separate game, or it's like an add-on to the original game. I can't tell. I don't remember. I didn't play. And then they're coming out with a new game. Let me see. This one is called Class of 89, and it looked kind of a little wild. And I'm like, this is completely different from the distilled and luthier. And I'm wondering like but it seems kind of interesting. And it's very colorful, so that caught my eye for sure. But I guess I'll have to. Yeah, actually, I wanted to put this on my list. Class of '89, and they said it wasn't available, but they were getting ready to kickstart it. I think. Small batch, another thing they had. So I took a picture of this animal rescue team, and I was thinking, oh, is this like Paw Patrol? And no, it's not animals rescuing people. It's people rescuing animals. So, let's see. Blonde Swan, fine hats and feather fashions. And so there's fine hats. Oh, this, I had to take a picture with this otter. I was like, this is so cute. So there we are. Um, oh, where did I see this? This was not in, this was not in the, oh, good things take time, like really good sushi. Perfection doesn't rush, neither do we. Sushi is a delicate dish, made fresh to order just for you. That means your order might arrive in separate waves, not all at once. I'm first. Woohoo, coming through. Sorry, I'm fashionably late. Thank you. No worries, we promise it's worth the wait. Thank you for your patience. If you mind the wait or prefer everything together, please let your server know. We'll do our best to make it just right for you. Otters are adorable. I know, right? Otters are so adorable. Like, look at that. Look at that face. I probably should have tried to make a face like him for one of these, but anyway. Oh yeah, I remember now. So this is probably the assigned in our sushi restaurant that we went to. So years ago, when we went, there used to be a sushi restaurant called Mikado, and it was like at the corner of the block away from the convention center. And I used to always say it was like the best sushi I've ever had, and it's like inland because it's in Indianapolis. There's like no oceans or water or anything nearby, and I was like, oh. But a couple years ago, we found out that it closed down, like permanently. But the new like Asian food restaurant was just kind of like on the other corner of the next block, and so that became our new sushi place. But I can't have a lot of fish either because it's as though I would have had a lot of beef, and that's bad for my gout. And so uh, I wanted to eat sushi, but I decided it's probably best not to because it was still Friday, and I needed to make sure that I did get a flare up in the next couple of days. So I ended up having a bowl of ramen, and my friends got sushi rolls, and I did have one piece of a roll, but yeah. So let's see. They had. Oh yeah, I just wanted to show you the names of this. So these three come out on fire. Well, they put it on your plate and then they light it on fire. So this one's called the Playboy, the Flame, and the 911. But you got to check out some of these names. Like this one's called the Ace, which obviously I had to think about getting, but then I decided not to get any. This one's called Barbie, Crazy, Damn Good Roll, Dragon, Godzilla, Indianapolis. Yeah, these they have the Naruto. Oh yeah, so the restaurant that we were in was called Mount Fuji, so that's why there's a Mount Fuji roll because that's the name of the company or the name of the restaurant. There's a Tarzan. There's a volcano. Funnily enough, the volcano was not on fire. So, and then the 007. And then here they had like a bunch of different um, sushis. I mostly took pictures because I was like fawning over the sushi, and I was like, oh man. So, and let's see. Oh yeah. So I took video of the fire. So let me. So they bring it out. They light it on fire. They verbally said to let it stay on fire
Yeah, blue
between
flames. You know it's hot.
10 and 15 seconds.
Okay, that was 5 seconds.
And then,
10 seconds.
so he should have probably blown it out like right now.
15. Yeah. I think you can blow it out yourself. I think she said. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he blew it, and I turned off the camera, but it was still on fire, and I'm like, yeah, you. So I blew it out, but and then I figured out what the problem was. He heard her say, "Oh, it should blow out in between 10 and 15 seconds," but he my but my friend and I heard that she said, "You should blow it out in 10 to 15 seconds." So we got extra fire. Nobody's gonna complain about a little singe on the edge. So, but yeah, that was the Playboy.
Oh. Yeah, make a wish.
Oh wait.
There you go. Just gotta blow harder. There's probably still.
So I wasn't pointing to the camera, but I guess I accidentally tapped it again. All right, so this was one of the vegetarian rolls. Sweet potato. I think it was sweet potato and something. And then this was another one. I forgot what this one was. Um, and then of course I got the one on fire. And then here's my ramen bowl. It's good. It's good ramen. And this is a sign of a restaurant that is no longer, because I remember eating there many years ago with some of the crew, and now when you walk past it, it's just these chains on the door, not closing, and it's been closed. So, all right, coming back to Cardhalla now. Here's all sorts of towers, new things popping up, people dedicating more space and time, building walls, and people of all ages. There's veterans, there's kids, all sorts of people still making. Oh, so at this point, so this was a point in which I was going to potentially meet up with Ricky Charms, and we couldn't make it work. and then I met up with my other friend who used to work at TCG Player with me, and I guess we hadn't seen each other for years. But I met up with him, started talking with him by the pillar over here, and then I was showing him a magic trick, and then somebody comes up to me and gives me a little like a little cone. Like this is like a little plastic cone, and I'm like, "What is it? Oh, you just want to give it to me? Okay, thanks, man. Cool." And I'm like, "Let me get a selfie with you." And I don't I forgot his name, but I think I did ask him his name. I think he told me, and I told him my name, Nam the Glorious Magician. And then so yeah, but this was like a strange interaction. Somebody came up to me, gave me this, and that's that. So and here's me with my friend that used to work at Blockbuster, not Blockbuster, used to work at TCG Player, and he signed a card, and we caught up for a little bit, and then we walked down and we parted ways, and yeah, if we saw each other again at the con, cool, but if not, no big deal. Great catching up with you, and good to see you, man. Let's see. Back in the expo hall, seeing more stuff. Here's Cities USA. I just took a picture, didn't really do much with it. Then let's see. Got a picture with this guy. Got a picture of Charizard. So this actually looks like it's not like a photo from my phone, but it was actually on the side of a wall, I think of a booth. So yeah, there we go. There's a selfie of me in front of it. Yeah, sometimes it just gets shots of like, but also to give you like an idea of like how big the convention expo hall was. Horrified Dungeons and Dragons. What is this? Ravenloft. Disney Lorcana. Oh, I would say Disney Lorcana probably had one of the longest lines. I'm guessing because the Ravensburger line was really long on the first day. Oh, so then we walked upstairs, and this is Card Halla from upstairs. So this is us looking down on all the cards, all the card towers and everything. More Pokemon. Selfie with Pokemon. A couple people playing music in the main hallway. Just saw this. You can scan to sign up to try and win a bunch of stuff. I didn't sign up, but I was like, that's cool. So if you, there was also a scavenger hunt. So there would be these QR codes scattered throughout the entire convention center, and if you found them all, I think you could either get something or it was like an achievement or something. Let's see, Silver Knights, Chess Academy for kids. So let's see, live interactive online chess classes for 5 to 14. Um, I was walking past something and it looked like there was a bunch of kids inside the room. So I don't know what they were doing, but it's probably some activity. And they get to make their own token. Here's the thing for Naruto, the card game. Here's a thing that had a huge mouth over the door. I was looking over the road in a skywalk. So we were walking through the hotel. Oh, so at this point we were thinking about going to play in another hotel because there was free play space over there. And as we were walking, we were like, "Hey, there's some free tables over there, or we can go see where the tables are." And that was the pivotal decision because my local friend said, "No, let's just sit at a table over there." So we go over there. There's only two chairs there, and there's another table with it looked appeared to be one person and four chairs, but with stuff around two chairs. And I approached this one to be like, "Hey, uh, are you using this chair so I can grab it if they weren't?" But then he turns to me and I recognize him, and he is a former coworker of mine at several companies ago, even before I worked at TCG Player, like local to where I live, like in town here. So we used to work together. We occasionally run into each other, like various different places. Like last time I ran into him randomly was like at Target, and he was looking for batteries, like a weird sized battery for his thing. But anyway, so we caught up, and then he was also there with his friend that also was a coworker that used to work at the same company, and then two of their other friends. So there's four of them. Here's my other former coworker friend that was also there. So got a picture with him, caught up, told them about my life situation, i.e., unemployed from full time, got I'm doing magic gigs, I have a kid, that kind of stuff. And then here, oh, here we are playing Regicide. So one of the first games we play up at the table that's up there. We did grab a chair from somewhere else, so I had a chair. But we're playing Regicide Inferno, and it is way harder than just regular Regicide. And I don't think we understood the strategy of it, but we were just trying out the mechanics, and it was like it's super, super interesting. And then, oh, so after this, let me hop over here for a second. Let me take it. By the way, if you've been sitting around for a while and you're not hydrated, please feel free to hydrate. Oh, I forgot to mention. So when I purchased Fliptunes earlier, because I spent a certain amount of money at their booth, they offered to give me. They asked, would I like some hot sauce? And they had two hot sauces to choose from. And let me show you the one I chose. So it was like a deal. They were like, "Here, you want one of these?" I'm like, "Okay." So I chose to get the Thrill Seeker sauce, and it is a habanero hot sauce. And so that's the one that I grabbed. This is the one that it tapped the ground earlier, and I was hoping that there was no crack in it. It looks okay, so should be okay. Forgot to show that. But anyway, after that, we were heading off to dinner. We were not sure where we wanted to go to dinner, and so we walked past a couple of the restaurants that we already ate at, and first time chat, Mayor of Canada. Why did the baby jalapeno put on a sweater? He was a little chilly. And you know what, Mayor of Canada, you are going to get one of these. Thank you for that, Mayor of Canada, and welcome in. Um, Quick question: are you a streamer, Mayor of Canada? Do you stream? Because if you are, I'll give you a shout out here. Mayor of Canada, did you get splashed on when the hall flooded? And no, it does not stream. Okay. No, I did not get splashed on when the hall flooded, but I watched it rain. So earlier I had alluded to when it was raining on Saturday. It was raining very hard outside. You know it was raining hard because it was also raining inside. So yeah, pretty pretty crazy. All right, but we're not quite there in the story yet. So I think this is still Friday, and let me see here. Mayor of Canada, Queen costume idea: dress in all black, stick cotton balls in random locations, put a small squirt gun in pocket, and when someone asks what you're supposed to say, I'm a cloudy night, squirt, with a chance of rain. Okay. All right. There you go. Let's see. Where were we in the story? Oh, yes. My friends and I were getting ready for dinner, and this was Friday. So at the end of Friday, we were also scheduled to do a social deduction game together. But we were like, oh, we didn't know where to go. We walked past some restaurants that we already ate at, and um, just to give you a little bit of context, we saw St. Elmo's, which is a steakhouse that the three of us ate at like the first time we went to Gen Con. And my local friend regrets not getting the the shrimp with cocktail sauce because it's like the crazy thing that St. Elmo's is known for, and it's like the special that everybody loves. And so he kept on telling us, we should go back. Just we're not going to let him down. And we just, because first of all, shrimp is very bad for me for the gout. But also I couldn't have steak, so I don't know. I didn't really want to go to a steakhouse. So we kind of met in the middle, slightly fancier place called Harry and Izzy's, which was like right next to St. Elmo's. And we walked in, and it was very full. I think there was going to be like an hour and 15-minute wait minimum for an hour, and we needed to be somewhere by 9. And they were like, "Yeah, you can walk around the bar, Aaron. If there's anywhere to sit, you can." And so we get up and we walk around. Mayor of Canada says Harry and Izzy's in Indy has such powerful cocktail sauce for their shrimp. Yo, Mayor of Canada, let me just tell you. So So Harry and Izzy's, we walked in, we walk around the bar area. There was a table with nobody there, but it said reserved on it. And I was like, oh, it has reserved. No other tables. And we were like, all right, let's go find somewhere else. So we start walking away, and one of the bartenders says, hey, you guys want a place to sit at the bar? I have a place for you if you can get out in like an hour and a half. And we were like, yeah, we need to be somewhere by 9 anyway, so we would have needed to get going. Mayor of Canada said, reserved for me, says Mayor of Canada. Quick question, Mayor of Canada. Did we meet this weekend? Were you at the con, or are you coming to visit me for the first time after some other thing? Did not get a hotel, so did refund. Oh, okay. I see. Gotcha. Um, so you were not there. Got it. But anyway, so I was like, wow, we're in luck. You know what? That's perfect. So we took the reserve table. So she walked us over to the reserve table, took the reserve thing off. We sat down and we looked at the menu. And on the menu was St. Elmo's shrimp with cocktail sauce. And he was like, this was meant to be. And I was like, oh my God. And he's like, yeah, I have to order it. So he ordered it. Mayor of Canada says, my plan of attack for GenCon is to get badge into the hotel lottery. If I get a good time, I get a hotel room. If the time is too late, I get a badge refund and try again next year. Ah, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good strat. I like that. Because it's super nice when you have a like a close hotel. It super sucks when you have one that's like you have like it's a drive away that you can't just walk over. So, but so there at Harry and Izzy's, we all got a bunch of different foods, and I shouldn't have had alcohol, but I felt indebted to them. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a glass of something. And also, I broke my rule for like having foods for gout. So I had like a tuna, a noodle dish, and so let me go ahead and go back to the photos here. So here's my glass of wine. And I was like, wait, let me take this picture again because there were saltine crackers here. So I moved the saltines out. So local friend and I got a glass each. He got a Malbec, and I got a Cote du Rhone, and both dry reds, different styles from different regions. Both good. And then here is the shrimp with cocktail sauce. And let's see, Mayor of Canada says has badge and hotel for World Series board gaming for early September in Vegas, baby. Awesome. That sounds good. I have not heard of World Series board gaming. So let me Yep, my sinuses are clearing just looking at that cocktail sauce. Dude, let me just tell you. So, Kagome Shuko says, I just can't stop thinking about Italian opera. I have such a Verdi mind. All right, Kagome Shuko. There you go. All right, so, um, hey, wait, why isn't that thing clearing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Uh, World Series board game video. Okay, .com. All right, cool. Thanks, Mayor of Canada. Maybe I'll look at it later. I didn't know what the World Series of board gaming is, so. But yes, so first of all, this came out, and as soon as my friend, so remember, we built this whole thing up. this adventure was like 12 years in the making because that's when we first had St. Elmo's, and we didn't. He didn't have the shrimp cocktail, and then cut to this very day, Harry and Izzy's, and we magically got a table at and just out of sheer luck with either good timing or I don't know if it was charm or anything, but like, and then he was able to order the St. Elmo's shrimp and cocktail, and as soon as he took the first bite, local friend took the first bite, best friend and I were watching him, and it looked like he was having like a transcendent, transformative food experience because, yeah, first of all, this cocktail sauce is hot. It has horseradish like as like the number one ingredient in it. But it had this really strange and interesting property. So as we were watching him, he was describing like, oh my god, like he would get a tingle on the back of his neck, and it would travel through like his cheeks into his nose into his mouth, and then he would breathe in, and it was just, and then so best friend and I were like curious, and I was like, okay, can we taste some of this cocktail sauce? And so um, best friend had some on a cracker, I took some on the back of my fork, and we just put it in our mouth. And just the way, let me just describe that the heat that's in your mouth does taste and feel like horseradish sauce, but it doesn't linger for very long. Like the heat, you feel like it should stay there, but it dissipates in like 5 seconds. Like you have the horseradish feel for like 5 seconds, and then it dissipates, and I'm like, whoa, that's so weird. And then like on my second like spoonful, like not only could my sinuses like open and breathe, but like it almost felt like the air that I breathed like went up into my eyes, and it was just such a crazy experience. Like, um, yeah, Mayor of Canada says glad that Harry and Izzy's is still going strong. Sad that the Ram closed. Yeah, I mentioned earlier. So the Ram was replaced by so yeah, I mentioned earlier that the Ram closed down 2 years ago when I went to visit. It was already like under construction, and but there was nothing there. And then when we went this time, it was like Tom's Watch Bar, which is a new big place. It's not. It doesn't have like the history that the Ram was or did, but like I mean, it's big. It has TVs, and it just seemed like modern and just to accommodate the demand or whatever. Mayor of Canada says, imagine having wasabi. Yeah, we had to have the discussion of like real wasabi and like mustard based wasabi and stuff. So, but anyway, yeah, just tasting. So here's the thing. We were talking about the experience of this cocktail sauce probably for about like at least 8 minutes. And after we completed the cocktail sauce, by the way, this is like the decor above the bar. Which, by the way, the bar was like a circle radial bar, and I was like, "Wow, that's actually kind of a cool idea." And it kind of gave like a nice little like environment like right around because it's a circular bar. So, oh yeah, here's a selfie of us, and oh, so here's the thing: we were talking about this cocktail sauce for about like 8 minutes. I think our server overheard us. So, by the way, if you're out there, Mohammed, thank you. He brought over another little cup just of the cocktail sauce, and so yeah, and we all had a little bit more. Like I had like 2 or 3 more spoonfuls, um, and local friend had 2 or 3 more spoonfuls in a cracker, and best friend I think took another scoop. So it was crazy how much we talked about this cocktail sauce. But yeah, it is like this was a food experience. Like this cocktail sauce alone is an experience. So if you get the chance to have St. Elmo's shrimp cocktail, the cocktail sauce is where it's at. And if you can't get it there, Harry and Izzy's has it next door. So this was my meal. So this was tuna and noodles. Theirs was a fancier name, but I forgot what it was. But there's that. This was my this was local friend's meal, And then this was best friend's meal. So it's raw, Gordon Ramsay. This one, yeah. So this was a tuna steak, and I didn't realize how bad tuna steak technically is. So beef has like some amount of purines. Tuna steak actually has potentially more purines, so very bad for gout. And so, but I ate most of it anyway. But I got my friends to help me out to eat the fish. So at the end, though, unfortunately, I couldn't finish all the fish, and I didn't want to push my luck. So Harry and Izzy's, I enjoy their prime rib sandwich. Man, now having their food, I would literally love to try everything on their menu. Like so. All right. After that, we went back to the convention center because that's kind of where. So we were going to be playing a social deduction game called Blood on the Clock Tower, and I'll get to that in a minute. But here we passed by this Dalek, and I had to take a selfie with. So there we go. And then there's the Dalek by itself. And then is walking past, taking a picture of double exposure. So this is a room that you can go to where there are game designers play testing their games first, and these are like games that are like probably in alpha or even pre-alpha, so they can get like they can get crowds in there and stuff. So oh, and we saw dinosaur fighting. So this was us waiting before we got called for our Blood on the Clock Tower game, and then let me see. Yeah, there were like four dinosaurs fighting. Okay. Oh, and so here is our moderator for our game, Blood on the Clock Tower. And Mayor of Canada says, "Everybody was dino fighting. Do 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 do. They move as fast as lightning. Huh, ha." All right. Okay. First, let me explain what Blood on the Clock Tower is. So, Blood on the Clock Tower is a social deduction game. If you ever played games like Werewolf or Mafia, it's kind of like a modified version of that. Biggest things that you need to know: everybody has a role and like either a skill or a power. And so you're never just a generic townsperson or like a generic person like without any ability. So everybody has an ability, and there might be some more bad guys, but there's like so in Werewolf, it would be the equivalent of having one werewolf and like two like other bad guys that aren't werewolves. They're called minions in this game. And all the townsfolk in this game all have abilities and jobs and stuff like that. So uh, that's the first thing. Second thing is that in this game, when you were eliminated as a player, so normally in Werewolf, if you're eliminated, you're removed from the game. In this game, if you are eliminated, you continue to play. You can still talk and logically deduce. You still have to close your eyes at night, so you don't find anything out. Um, but the difference is, if you want to vote, you get one vote as a ghost. So when you die, you only get one vote that counts after you perish. And so that's pretty much the primary difference. And we had some. So I asked my friends, do you guys want to sit together or apart? And best friend said, oh yeah, let's just sit together, and we just sat against the back wall. Um, we went to get our rolls, and then we found out that somebody uh, missed grabbing the rolls correctly and took out two rolls, but he didn't notice until later. And so I had drawn and I got a roll. I'm like, ah, okay. I was like a minion, but then we had to redraw because of the misinformation. So all right, so moderator was like, explained it again, very you know, very plainly, and so we redrew, and I got my new roll. And so at this point, just to explain, there's regular townsfolk, which are all good. There are outsiders. They are townsfolk that have like chaotic abilities. Um, and then there's minions, which are like bad guy aligned, but they're not like the demon, or in this case, they call it the imp, but we just refer to it as the demon. And then the werewolf equivalent was the demon. So um, anyway, so I got a role called the empath, and so this is what I got, and presumably this is what I would be for the game. And there were a couple of stipulations too. So at any point in the game, any townsfolk could be the drunk, which means any information that the person gets might be incorrect or false. There's also some people where they might be poisoned because there could be a role from a minion side. They point to something, they poison that person, and any information that they get might be incorrect. And so the moderator can choose how to do that information, and the moderator's trying to make it a fun, balanced game. So, first day after we, learn all the rules, Chan the Magic Man, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, I don't know if you know, Chan the Magic Man. Chan, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, you don't know, Chan the Magic Man. I think everybody here does know Chan the Magic Man, but if you don't, please give Chan the Magic Man a follow. Welcome in, Chan. Thank you for the raid. Hi again, Hi, Chan. Uh, Hopefully your stream went well, and thank you for the raid. I noticed that you were, I think you were streaming when I started, or I think I saw your name live. I wasn't sure what you were doing because I think I'd seen, because last time I logged into your stream, you were sleeping. So, but I don't know what you're doing today. But thank you so much for the raid, chat. So, oh yeah. So where was I? Oh yeah, yeah. So we started the game, and I got the information on the first night, and I got the number one. So basically, that would indicate that which two, or not which two, but like from the number of my neighbors, I would see how many are evil, and I got the number one. So that means one was evil and one was good. And so I'm like, oh, okay. So we started talking, and the cool thing about this is that you don't have to have all discussion in public. You can have side conversations, so you can call people away, and you just have private conversations. Um, and so I I basically told a local friend that I was the empath, and this is the information that I had, and uh, hey, this is what we should do. Yeah, Chan says I did a long stream, been doing a hackathon raising two caterpillars. One just became a chrysalis. Oh, that's right. I saw that you had caterpillar cam, or it's 24 hours. Chan, that's crazy. That's crazy, Chan. Awesome, guys. If you want to watch a butterfly hatch, you should check Chan out. Um, Watch streak reach. Thank you for the 5 stream watch streak, Chan. Thank you so much. And let me see here. Of course, guys, if you did not know, Chan the Magic Man, the signer of the Queen of Clubs in the current Twitch deck. Chan the Magic Man. There we go. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna give you guys the play-by-play of this. So, first things first. I love social deduction games. I come out talking a lot. I come out sounding confident regardless, and I try and use good logic as well as trying to sway using being persuasive. So, first night I get the information, one evil person next to me. Okay, great. So it's either my best friend or a random stranger. Um, and then the first day, and I'm like, wait a second. My best friend nominates himself to be executed. And I'm like, what? What are you doing? That's crazy. And so, um, and I was like, this is so weird. So we go around, nobody votes for his execution except one person, the person to my right. And I'm like, what? No way. And then at that point, I confessed to everybody my role, the number that I got, the fact that if my best friend, so the reason why my best friend said that he did the move was uh, basically, I'm good, don't vote for me, but I just want to show you that I'm good. Oh, like, he's good, and I'm like, either he's being brilliant and or he does want to prove to you that, or he's doing a really crazy power play. But the only person who voted yes was the person to my right, and I'm like, wait a second. So that point, I told everybody what I know, and I'm like, he voted yes. Why do you want to eliminate somebody on the first day with no information? And I think had he not raised his hand, I wouldn't have then nominated him to be eliminated. And uh, I was like, yeah, that's highly suspicious, and this is my evidence. And so we go around, everybody votes, and like we get more than enough to execute him the first day. And then I get 0 for the next night for my power. And then I'm like, okay, I think these two people are good because I got 0. But then uh, best friend is like, if we eliminate her, like the next person to my right, so even though there was like physical body there, he didn't count, so it's only living neighbors that I see. Then we were like, if we eliminate her, then I'll get to see another person next to her, and so we did again, and she was executed. And I'm like, okay, great. And at that point, the next day, uh, the person who was killed by the demon, we found out was the Undertaker, which was a very powerful role. But when you're dead, your power gets turned off. And I'm like, wait, I should have probably gotten killed the next night, but I wasn't killed. And I was telling my best friend. My best friend approached me and asked, "Why aren't you dead?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know why I'm dead. Why I'm not dead." Because it would have been next the most logical thing to kill me, because I admitted what my power was, and it's arguably useful. And so, but we ended up executing another that person, so we opened up another path for the next one, and I got the number 1, and I'm like, oh, this new person, they must be a demon because I got the number 1, and it's like, okay. But then at that point, everybody's like, I don't trust you. You're being very suspicious. And I'm like, I don't know. This is the information I'm getting. And so slowly, one by one, uh, basically, I just survive for one more round, and then I get executed. They nominate me and vote for me. Um, and then so I have a dead vote, and it's down to like 5 people, and I'm like, the person who is next to me, I believed in my information, and so it's down to 5 people. My best friend, uh, my best friend, local friend, and then 3 people on the, oh no, sorry, 4 people on the other side. And we nominate the person that I thought was, not we, because like dead players can't nominate, but somebody else nominated, and he gets eliminated, and I use my vote on him, my ghost vote. And so now the game continues with 3 people on the opposite side and 2 people over here. Then we successfully vote away, or um, execute one of the other players, and so it's my 2 friends and 2 women on the other side, and it comes down to the wire. Basically, there's a bunch of ghost votes left, and people are voting for. Uh, Let me see. My friend. Oh no, no, sorry. A night phase. Then my best friend gets killed at night, and so it leaves local friend and the 2 women, and so all the ghost votes basically matter, and everybody's like nominating my the local friend, and he gets 5 votes. And then on the other side, the only way to save himself is to counter nominate somebody and get more votes. But in order to do that, we need the remaining living members, and those are the other 2 women on the other side. And they don't get enough, so then he gets eliminated. And he had the power of the mayor, which means if nobody got executed, so all we had to do was tie, but there weren't enough ghost votes left. So if I had not used my ghost vote, I might have been able to tie it at that point. but he got executed, and then we find out the remaining two members uh, win because they were on the evil side, both the demon and one of the minions. It was like, what? No way! That was crazy, and it was a wonderful game. And I messed that game up a lot because we found out later, as the as the um, as the moderator revealed, the after I got killed, that the drunk died, and I was actually the drunk. So all of my information was bad. And so actually all of the bad people were actually sitting next to each other on the far side. And it just so happened also that the person that I thought was evil the second time was good, but his power was poisoned by the other team. It's just like, oh man. Anyway, it was one of the best and great social deduction games I've ever played, so it was awesome. Had fun, and even though we lost, it was okay. So anyway, here's uh here's the moderator doing stuff during the game. I decided, hey, let's get a huge picture of everybody in the group, and so there we go. That was our circle five. This was everybody. So I was right here. This is me. I was the empath, but is the drunk, and so there we go. Oh yeah, here's everybody. So this is Slayer, no ability because he already used it. He used it and attempted to shoot the poisoner, but it only works if the imp was shot. So, and then I showed them a magic trick as an apology. He signed it and gave them the card. So there we go. Then we saw my old buddy who used to come to Gen Con with me because there was like 2 or 3 years where I went to Gen Con and the only other person that would come was this guy. And so he and I went way back, but he now goes with his kids. So it's him and his three kids. And I go with my crew. So we don't really go together much anymore, but we saw him. We had a good time. We caught up a little bit, so it was fun. Oh yeah, and we got a picture because we all know each other, mostly because of me. But let's see, more cute pictures. Which kitten would you play, Meowage or Catnut? Dungeons and Kittens. Got a picture of this. This looked interesting, and I didn't go back to it, but it was something called Ubibo. So it looked interesting. Maybe a dexterity game, tactile game. I don't know, but let me write this down. Okay, here we go. Sonic Knock. This is a new game from Kess, and they had made other games like Sonic Roll in the past. So okay, and then now it's Saturday. This would be the last day that we do things at the con because Sunday, i.e. today, well, today's waking session. It's now probably past midnight because yeah, it's now 2 in the morning. But this is breakfast on Saturday, and they finally had everything except for forks. So I had sausage, I had eggs, I had potatoes and strawberries, and then here's me taking a picture of myself. um, I forgot what wall this was on. This is like an outdoor wall, I think. This is an inflatable dragon. Getting a selfie with it. Oh yeah, so we decided to go over to the hot games room, which is basically a game library where you can check out some hot games and play them. So basically, for the first 4 hours of Saturday, we played a game called. Oh yeah, these are different pictures inside of that hotel because it didn't happen in the convention center. This happened in an adjacent hotel, which was connected by a skywalk. But this hotel had a really tall, huge like view. Um, Here's like me taking a video of like how it's just going up and just looking at it. It's like crazy how big it is. And then you could see the elevators all going up and down. And if you were in the elevators, you could see out and see everybody in the central area. Oh, so we played this game. So this game is called Orlage, or at least I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm not sure. But it's actually a pretty meaty, complex game. Let me see if I can explain it really quick. So for anybody who's played games before, think of this as like a weird worker placement, and that. So, oh, this is upside down. Hold on. Well, upside down to me. Okay, so your turn will consist of. Oh no no no! This is technically right side up, but I sat on the other side. So this is a wheel that's going to represent different things, but different pieces of this will spin. So like this black part stays on the board, this blue part rotates, and when you move it, you can only rotate it clockwise. This hand uh, is on this wheel, and you can only rotate that counterclockwise when you not like physically. You could physically do whatever you want, but like in the game rules, it only goes counterclockwise. And then there's this little moon going around the Earth, and that can only go clockwise. So your turn consists of turning this 1 to 3 turns, depending on how high you have for options or for. And then you may tick this back for taking like a slight penalty. And then you do the actions that are associated with the hand. So like this hand right now is pointing at this slice. So you would get to do this action and this action in either order. And then you could do a bunch of other things depending on what like comes up. You can produce goods. There were like 3 kinds of goods, and gold, which was like the wild. There was coins, which is like better than gold, but it's harder to get. Um, we didn't know what the goods were called exactly. I think it was like paint, but basically we said like ink, wood, and stone. Basically, you could get, and then building this clock. So there were months and zodiac symbols to build, and the more of this you built with consecutive touching colors of your people, then the more points you would get. All right. Kagome Shuko says, I got to go later now. I'm in all. All right. Thanks, Kagome Shuko. Take care. Have a good night. Sleep well. Good to see you. And sleep well. Let's see. Over here, this is the workshop. This is where you can increase your workshop so that you can add assistants. The assistants are like end game bonuses. This is where you can, if you achieve like certain goals, you can gain like the first place for that goal and get more points than the second place version. Um, this is where you can choose to move a hammer to indicate which part of the month's clock you build. And this one is the same thing, but for the zodiac thing. This track on the right, there's going to be a bunch of. Hold on, let me see if I can get to another picture of this. Maybe there isn't. Oh, yeah, right here. So here's 3 tracks. Let me see if I turn this around. And so this will determine how much you can turn the main clock for. This is how efficient your architect can work. So the higher up you are, the more efficient your actions are. They tend to be. This will allow you to move more on the moon or move the painter. And the painter can get you a bunch of different random actions that you wouldn't potentially have access to. These, hold on, let me see here. Oh yeah, this is a single player board, so this is where you move up how good in production you have. This game's really meaty, by the way. This is how many gears you can repair in between turns. These are your gears where you can basically deviate the clock, but if you don't like repair them in between rounds, you lose points equal to how many are face up. You can unlock more meeples, and so this is worker placement, but it's a little bit different in that worker placement, when you have to place a worker on the clock when you choose that slot. And then when you go to do it again, if there's somebody there, that's okay. You can kick them out. The only time in which you can't kick somebody out is if your meeple is there. And so that's kind of a little bit reverse, but you still have to use your people as resources because once you put them on the clock, you never get those back. So um, and here you'll get them back only if they get kicked out, and then there's a mechanism for you to get them back. You can either pass to return workers, or you can put apostles. So you get 12 apostles, and you can put them here, and then if you pay a cost, you can place them on this grid to get an effect or get a meeple. And so that's another way to get people back. Um, Let me see here. Oh, and you can't choose which apostles you get. It depends on which two are uh, basically showing on this clock, and or these gears. And then this is the round counter where the rooster moves basically to advance, and the rooster only moves when a certain number of apostles are taken. Basically, when this red thing lines up with the rooster, there's a little rooster icon here. Or if somebody passes, you move the rooster one, and so that's how the game advances. But yeah, this game basically with learning, it basically took us like a 4 hour slot, so probably like maybe 3 hours and 40 minutes to play. So yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things. I didn't even mention everything. So oh yeah, for the track for this track, as you move up, you might hit these ribbons, and those ribbons you get to collect a reward, and that reward just can be something that you can redeem right away, or you can save it for later. And those are like free actions that you can use whenever on your turn. So yeah, here's a rule booklet, and it was thick, and I was also trying to use the PDF version because it was a big and hefty game. So between setup and finding all the nuances, all the rules, I think by the end we figured it out. So um, local friend liked it enough that he ended up deciding he's gonna get it. So he's gonna get it. But yeah, so that's Horloge. And oh, so this is the second game that I heard about that was really hot at the con, and so this also sold out. But if you were to purchase it during GenCon, then you would get free shipping. So yeah. Another game that I think that was hot, but I didn't mention because there wasn't any. I don't think any took any pictures of it. But the line was out to a zoo, and I think undeniably this was one of the most popular games uh, there at the con as well. It's called The Crew: Journey to the Ends of the Earth. Now I got a copy because one of these was actually less than $15, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I had the testimony of my best friend. He told me how the crew was played. So this is like the third version of the crew. There was the crew, and then there was a second crew, and then this one's the third. And how it was explained to me was that the first one had basically once you play like a round, the game's over. And same thing with the second one. This one apparently you can play a few rounds before like the entire game ends. And so if you liked playing like the crew, then this extends it a little bit. So, but anyway, I still don't know how to play, but I got a copy because it was so real, and it's mostly cards. So even if I don't play, I've got cards to do magic with. So there we go. All right, let's see. Let me go past the Horloge. So this was the Horloge cleanup. So we were there basically from 10:10 to almost 2 p.m. And after that, we decided to eat lunch because even though I had breakfast, but then it was like at least 4 hours and we were having a late lunch. So here we went to Social Cantina, which was like a Mexican new fusion eatery. And here are their cocktails: the Potion of Healing, Never Trust a DM, and the Dice Don't Lie. And then here's a quest. You could have the Taco of the Month, which was the Philly, and then try a GenCon cocktail, snap a photo, and tag them on social media. So I was not going to have the Philly, and I was not going to have a cocktail because gout. So, but anyway, here's their menu, and I ended up getting. I got a bowl, so I got the Despacito bowl. You see here, yeah, I got the Despacito bowl. There we go. And unfortunately, I forgot to take a picture of my food for this one, but this was a nice picture portrait that they had on the wall. It's a taco ship, taco boat. Then going back to the expo hall. Oh, so now I went back to Shovel Knight and did a magic trick for the Shovel Knight. So um, she was working the booth. They were there. They were approaching as I was starting to do the magic trick, and I was like, "Oh no, you can demo." Or actually, you guys want to see a magic trick too? So they all saw the magic trick, and we did that. And actually, they drew um, a little cute little thing on it. So that was cool. I took a picture of this because it has the word magic in it, but this was not at the booth where the company who was creating it, and then I found it later, and they explained to me, and this is kind of an interesting thing. So you're creating a sitcom or three different sitcom shows based on a bunch of like criteria for like monsters and like fantasy things, and it was strange. But it seemed more of like a creative activity than a game. So this looked cool, and I didn't really stick around to get the rules, but it was like a funky table with a hole in it with a string connected to a cork, and like he started with a cup on the corks, and then he picked it up, and something happened, and I don't even know. So yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I came. This is Ostia again, which I already took a picture before. And actually, since I took two pictures of that, I should probably write that down. Let's see here. Spooktacular. Level 99 games. Oh, okay. So this is an interesting thing. So I was passing by a booth, and this seemed like interesting technology. So they were creating a map for tabletop RPGs on this TV. Now, this TV is not a touch screen, but what you could do is the software was developed in such a way that you could have like an IR scanner sit on top of the TV, and if you put something in like a figure or something, and just as long as the IR scanner didn't break like if the object that put in didn't break the frame, like you took it out, then it would be able to persist that and know what it was as you moved it around in the IR frame. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing was that if you could hook this up to a touch screen, the software could also support doing touchscreen stuff too, and you could move things around with the touchscreen. And they were doing a demo of this later at another place, but I don't play tabletop RPGs. But I wanted to take a picture of this, and I talked with the woman who was there, telling me about this stuff, and I was like, "Wow, that's really cool." I asked all my questions, and it was actually kind of interesting. I think I got a picture of the company, Arkin Forge Craft Your Own World. So that's the company, and yeah, it looked pretty cool. Looked pretty nice. The software looked like it made things easy to build terrain and put details on it and that kind of thing. So very nice. Next, I ended up walking around and we played a game of Minesweeper. Not Minesweeper like the video game, but Minesweeper. And this was kind of fun. So, so this is funny because this is the person demoing things. And even though they both have yellow shirts, this is local friend, and she is associated with him. And of course, you guys know me. But so this game, you're given a card with a bunch of different things, and you have to pick a tile to tell you a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you have to try and get everybody to figure out what you're saying based on you sweeping these icons and objects and things around. And I tried to just sweep a bunch of things. The word that I got was wreckage, and I was trying to get them to guess wreckage. And so I pulled out a bunch of stuff. I used like the arrows. They had some interesting things to use too, like a check mark and an X. Um, and then if they can't guess it based like freely, then you show them the card. You don't tell them which one it was, and they have to guess which concept or noun or thing that you were trying to get them to say with based on the card. Now, I think all of these things could have been done before, and that this is kind of like an interesting implementation of it. But I think the creative part comes in where everything on a single card, they are either somehow similar or related to each other. And that is the difficult part because if you make it to that phase where you flip the card over and have them guess, then that's yeah, that was crazy. So like the other things on my card besides like wreckage, which was six, there's like aftermath, ruin, and so you can kind of see how like if you're trying to do the same concepts. At the end of the day, my clues they ended up voting for wreckage, and so I got it right. So I was like, hey, can I get a picture with you guys? Awesome. So I got a picture with you guys. And so we can remember that. And then after that, I showed them a magic trick, gave them a card. I didn't get a picture of them with the card because I did that after the selfie. So here's a bunch of games. Here's another game. I don't know what it is. This is Harmony's Crescendo. Look cool. I like games with hexes, so and cards. Oh, this is a game that. So this was a gigantic version of it, but here's a small version of it. I took a picture while strangers were playing. Um, and then a local friend and I played around. So this is called Swing Shot. So you have a ring attached to a string to the top of this pole, and these little pipes. And what all you're supposed to do, it's like he framed it as a bar game, but I'm just like, oh, it's kind of like a dexterity game with maybe a little bit of luck. And you swing the ring around. It has to go around the thing at least once, and then if it happens to uh, loop around one of these posts, that becomes 1 point for you, and you take it out, and that counts as your point. And first one to X number of points wins. And I think for two players, it was first one to 3 points. No, 5 points. And if you're playing with three people, first one to 3 points. But I ended up buying this because it wasn't too pricey, but I actually thought that my kid would like this one. So I did get it. Let me see here. I'm not gonna take it out and show everybody, but I do want to open it with my kid. So, but I'll show you the box. Boom, swing shot tower. So there we go. Oh, it plays up to 6 players, so it just might take a different number of victory points to get there. Okay, let's see. Um, got a selfie with this guy. Oh, uh, not on this day, but prior to that, I did get another game for my kid, and we saw like a rocket, like an air-powered rocket, like from a hand pump, get shot up into the air, and I was like, "Whoa, what's that?" Because that drew me because my kid likes to shoot an air rocket in our driveway. It's one of those ones where you put the little like foam rocket on it, you step on a big foot pump, and it shoots the rocket like really far. And I saw a game that did this, and it was like it's like a counting game. So you start with let's pretend it was the short version. You have to start playing a 5, then play a 4, 3, 2, and a 1, and there could be different piles on different players, and you can play on other people's piles with your cards, and then whoever does blast off, you will hit the button and shoot the rocket up. So you get points for shooting the rocket up, and then you get points for each blast off you play, and then once the rocket goes up, anybody else can try and catch the rocket. If they catch the rocket in the air, 10 points. If it touches the ground, then somebody who retrieves the rocket, that's 5 points. But that one's called Rocket Rush, and I got this because I thought my kid would love it. So, and we'll show you just that. I'm not gonna open it because I want to open it with her. There it is, Rocket Rush. So we got that as well. Um, okay, let's see here. So let's see. We're on Saturday. It is already 2:30 in the morning, but we're gonna finish going through the convention recap. Let's see. I don't know what game this was. Took a picture. It looked cool. Um, took a selfie with this cardboard. This is the game Roth. WROTH. I don't know anything about it, but my local friend said that he played it at our other friend's place and that he liked it. Is a game called Get Baked. It was sold out, but if you order, it was free shipping. I thought it was interesting because so we did stand and watch like the quick demo, but you're basically trying to make different cookies, and you could have a recipe, but whatever things you put on as ingredients, you put into the oven, and then you would rotate the cards, and each card had a border for however long you keep it in there would determine how many points it was. And so for some things that need to cook a few times, you might get more points. Some things like a meringue, it's the most points when you put it in and then take it out because you have to put it in the oven to bake it. But if you leave it in there too long, it basically becomes terrible or it gets destroyed. And so I think this was actually a really good usage of both like the square shape of card and of the rotational aspect of the fact that it's a square card. So all right, so that was that. I took a picture of this. I think I actually got this demo to me kind of when it was like in its early stages, but I did get another like tutorial, Fortune and Famine, and I think it from the early days it did get polished from what I remember seeing, and so but you're trying to collect a lot of grain and silver you can use as like resources, and if you bank them they're permanent, but if you are just collecting them during like the round, if a famine occurs, then everybody loses like half of their grain. So yeah, seemed interesting. Yeah, Tableau building, like with engine building with abilities and stuff, kind of like that thing. I took a picture of this because Cloud Spire looked kind of interesting. And then let's see, this one looked cool because it's Robot Quest Arena, and it looked like a an arena game. And I was thinking, oh, wait, this reminds me a lot of Volt. So if anybody remembered me talking about Volt on a previous thing, so these are robots, and they can have attacks. They can push. There's walls that will deal damage if they get pushed into. There's tacks if they get pushed into, take a couple of damage. There's like items. This is like a med kit. If you stand on these, you get whatever the benefit is at the beginning of the turn. Um, yeah, so it looked cool, looked interesting. What's this called? Robot Quest Arena. So let me note that one as well. Robot Quest Arena. The good news is that I'm doing this like right after I traveled back, so it's all quote unquote still fresh in my mind. Um, yeah, they gave me a promo too, so that's the promo. Size wise, so I took a picture of this just because my friends and I talked about it, but here's like the instructions, and you're supposed to have the strings, but on the demo table there were no strings, so we couldn't really demo it or even figure it out, but those are the instructions. Um, Here is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles board game. It's like one of the unmatched board games, so it's like this thing. But I'm glad to see that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is having like a resurgence because I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Um, Saw this, looked interesting. Journey Adventure Quest, Jack, JAQ. Excuse me. Chess Joker. Oh, so this was like my last impulse purchase because I'm a sucker for like chess variants and chess games and things like that. But also, these tokens, I think, can be used for magic. I'm just saying. Um, so I ended up just, this was like probably my only major impulse purchase. All the other ones I thought about it for a little bit, and but I ended up just getting this. So, um, advertisement banners. Oh, got a picture. I got a selfie with an owl night. Cookie Run Braverse trading card game. Seemed interesting. Here's a bunch of games that one company, Saga Workshop. Moon Saga. Okay, there we go. Pedal. This seemed like a cute little game. Didn't sit to figure out much about it, but Garden Club, same thing. Like we're so you know how there's like a resurgence of like not resurgence, but like there's this uh, now this huge demand for like cozy video games. Like I think there's like a bunch of cozy and cutesy like board games too. So this one actually looks kind of interesting. I didn't once again I didn't get a demo or anything. Holiday Hills, similar. Legends of the Arena. Oh yeah, I think I should note this one because I really liked this one. Legends of the Arena. Hedge. Oh, I took a picture of this just because it looked cool. So this is a pre-production preview, and it just looks like a maze. But I'm wondering how gameplay would go. I didn't take the time to uh, stay for a demo or ask, but I think this was just off to the side, and they were demoing some other main game to the right. So let's see. This is Dracula's Curse. This looks like a scary game. Oh, what game is this? This was oh this was like a pirate tea party game. Um, crap. Hold on. I didn't take a picture of what the title of the game was. Wait, did we get it? Does it show up in any of these? No. It might have been like something of the high teas or something like that. It was a very punny name. Let me just quickly search if. Okay, yeah, it's called Pirates of the High Teas. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is it. And so the reason why I took a picture of this, I should have taken it, but now I remember it. Okay, wow, I'm glad I remembered this. So yeah, it's called Pirates of the High Teas, and if you take a look, it has something that I would never expect in this. It's called shakshuka, and I wanted to try making shakshuka sometime, um, but the justification was that, oh yeah, they're pirates and they go all over the world, so they have different fruits from all over the world. And I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. And like here, char siu barbecue, and so yeah, and chocolate matcha eclairs, salted chocolate cherry bombs, chocolate doubloons. I mean, I don't know, it's cute. Okay. Oh, this was the fine. I came back to the table. I finally found the table in which this was being demoed, but the guy who is advertising this wasn't pitching it very well. But yeah, the concept is that you have a bunch of cards and you're trying to create three TV episodes of this weird like show that would end up like fulfilling a few. I didn't take a picture of the stuff on the right, but like one could be like motivational show where one would be like a scary show where somebody like I don't know. It seemed more like either an activity or like a creativity tool and less of like a game. I think I mentioned that earlier. Dead Alive Games. Okay, so this was cute because I talked with one of the people there, and they were like, oh, all of your games involve cats. And then I looked at the name of the company, and it was like Dead Alive Games, and I'm like, oh, and I said Schrodinger, and she was like, yeah. I was like, oh, that's clever. So I thought that was fun. Here's all their games, so that they were selling. Let's see. Oh, so we came over to another. There's a limited edition booty in this card game, but it's like a. Oh, did I get the name of this? No. Okay, so yeah, he was advertising his game that he developed, and it was like a party game, like a party drinking game. But actually, a bunch of the cards were like social, and oh man, I don't think I remember the name of this, but um, the cards were like for the quests or whatever, like do things like around the room, like throw this at an object or throw this somewhere in the room. Everybody else throw a card, and I'm probably remembering cards wrong, or like sing in a crazy voice, or like, and the idea is that drinking is supposed to be optional, and Like you're supposed to be doing fun, like interactive things with the environment around you. And I was like, oh, that's a cool, clever use. But you can find treasure, and there's Princess Na, welcome in. How's it going? Hi, Princess Na. Are you doing well? Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. Guys, you're not following our friend Princess Na. Please give Princess Na a follow. Um, oh, an ad break is starting soon. Princess Na, hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome in. Hi, I'm indeed doing well. Great. Good to hear. I am tired, but I'm recapping my Gen Con experience. I know there's an ad break, but so yeah, booty. There you go, the golden booty. Let's see. Took some more not self. It took some more pictures of other games. This is Keep Faith and Witch Hunt, 1649. Um, this is a game called Bacon Lettuce Throwdown. You're trying to make sandwiches. This was a crinkly bacon. Um, seemed like a cute little quick game. The ultimate food fight. This one is called Skyward Republic. I didn't know much about it. Seemed cool. Took a picture of it. So let's see. Oh, I want to take a picture of this because there was like somebody's booth. They changed it to be like a pirate ship. So super cool, super fun. Let's see here. Lots of people. Oh, I took a picture of this because so we had seen this particular thing earlier in the at the con. And then this also was similar to that decoration I saw that I took a picture of earlier. And I was like, oh, okay. So I walked over and it was like a girl cosplaying as something and she was holding this up. And I'm like, can I get a picture with you? And so here we are. Got a picture with her. And here's the huge dandelion. I was like, wow, that's actually pretty cool. So I took this picture of something on the way. It looked cool, but didn't find out much about it. I guess the second ignition. So, but yep. Anyway, huge dandelion, really cool. Took pictures of cards in this case, and actually, so here are some really interesting and special cards that and they are in the this appears to be Disney Lorcana, and so these are like erroneous print run cards from probably booster packs that people would randomly find. But yeah, so there's a bunch of misprints that exist for Disney Lorcana. Let's see. This one says Beast Shattered Isles. This one's Bomb Busters. This one's Civolution. I heard about this. My friends have played it because I think somebody has it, but I haven't played it. Sounds cool though. Took a picture of these cute, cute animals. Oh, wine and cheese. Took a picture of this. My friend said he had heard of this. Local friend. And he's into wine and cheese along with me and my wife. But this is apparently not a rebrand, but like a rework or like another edition of a game that's called Beer and Bread, I think. So, and I learned that just talking with the guy who was talking about these games. So, oh, this was interesting. This is a dexterity game where it's kind of like a basketball game, and you are flicking either the ball or you can flick the pucks, and just as long as like the ball is like this little white thing right here, if that's on top of a player, then that person's like uh, dribbling the ball so they can hold it, and you're trying to get the ball either into your the basket that you're supposed to, or like opponent's goal or something, or you're supposed to get yourself over there into the goal. And it seemed interesting. I didn't stay for too long, but I asked a couple questions about like you know what it was like, and these are supposed to be like animals or dinosaurs or something. Let me see if I got animal espionage natural selection. Oh yeah, I wanted to note this one too because animals in Espionage. Okay. Okay. Oh no, this one's called Dino Dunk Deep Freeze. Sorry. That makes way more sense now. Dino Dunk Deep Freeze. Okay, this is the dexterity game. That's kind of like the basketball slash soccer. I guess with the word dunk, it's probably a basketball game. But actually, when I zoomed in earlier, these looked like saber-tooth tigers, so that makes sense. Claim it. This looks like a simple abstract game. I didn't stay around for the rules, but just in case I want to check it out later. Uh, Panda Royale. Panda looks cute. But yeah, look at how many dice it uses. Original expansion sold out, available online. Panda Royale Mayhem expansion. Different dice, I guess. Pillage the Village. Oh, this is when we came back and finally got a little demo of Pillage the Village. So you can either steal from the village and then your threat level goes up, which is actually bad. Or you can steal from the other dragons, but they have to have stuff too. So, but was an interesting mechanic. So the one thing that so at the end of the game, whichever dragon has the highest threat, the village goes out and kills. So you're not trying to necessarily have the highest amount of treasure. You have to be the the living dragon that has the highest remaining treasure. So it doesn't matter if you have the most, if you also have the most threat. So that was a kind of an interesting balancing mechanic with pillage the village. So I was like, oh okay. So that was really clever. I like that one. So I'm glad I stopped for a short demo. But there it is, pillage the village, and then they have another game called The Wanderer. It was set up, but I didn't really stay for it. This is a game called Not So Neighborly, and a local friend and I stood next to it, and then somebody came over to explain it about it, and we found out that she and her sister originally developed this game and this game. So Spy Out and Not So Neighborly. And this was interesting because my local friend is, I would say, relatively close to a bunch of his neighbors, and so this is kind of cool. It's kind of like, how should I say, like point tableau, like point salad tableau building is kind of how I would describe it. But there's like a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor on each of the cards. Things are cutesy, and we actually found out from the developer that all of the neighbors are representative of like their friends and cousins and stuff. So I was like, wow, that's cool. That's cute. So, and then this one is Spy Out, and this was like also interesting game because everybody's given like a three-digit code, and you're supposed to try and collect cards that provide the code in that sequence. And if you do that, then you win. But there's a bunch of cards that will do different things. Like somebody can take your code or swap your code, or like steal your numbers or swap your numbers, and it seems interesting. But the fact that these two are games that two sisters created, I thought was really nice. So that was cool. Just took a picture of this because these games looked kind of old, but you know they're quote unquote new games, i.e., came out in the past, I don't know, probably 10 years or so. Relatively new, I guess. Oh yeah, finally we came back to Forbidden Legacy. So here's the board, and the way that they described this game, um, you're basically trying to find your objective, and they have using the legacy system. So tiles will become damaged, however, and they might disappear. But they had like a three card system. Let me see if I could see any of the. Nope. Okay, so there's these cards over here, and these have like the elements, whether the color, the number, and the shape, and that's where you can collect a specific element. And if you do, you can collect a bunch of the elements for achieving some goal or whatever. And these are items that you can get, and these items are like just seated on these gears. But they have a legacy book, and when you open up the book, there are like postcard size things that pull out, and they explain what characters do. And then there's these empty spots that I assume that stickers get placed. And it was interesting in that it's taking, if you guys are familiar with other legacy games, so the legacy games where like you might like permanently change your game board and game components like forever. And so whether you put stickers on things, rip things up, um, and other things like that, like that's kind of what I think this does. But then he said that once you finish the campaign, there's like 7 episodes or something in the book, then you can replay any of the 7 with the game components again, and that would be the replayability portion of it. So that's Forbidden Legacy. So good news, I'm glad that I sat down to listen to it, but unfortunately, I don't feel like it was necessary. Like the legacy portion isn't the part. Like I actually liked seeing what the Forbidden Games did as a new thing, but I don't feel like it did really anything that new this time comparatively. So I don't know. That's mostly it would be just the book and the legacy, but I'm not. I don't know. I also don't have like a dedicated group to like play a legacy game with. So unless my kid ends up liking the Forbidden Games, and we get this, I think she'll have to be older. But oh no, volcano. So I saw this, thought it was cute because it just looked funny. But there were actually cards. There was some. It looked like there was some agency. But I stopped here because the person who was doing this, that was demoing the game, was one of the bad guys in our game of Blood on the Clock Tower, and I had to just tell her like, "Hey, you did a wonderful job. Great game. It was super fun." And like, she was on the winning team, the evil team. So yeah. Oh, okay. This was cool. So this is Sushi Go Party something, I think, and this is a new card thing. So you can get yogurt cards throughout the course of the game, but you don't know how many points they're worth. But see this little thing here? That's actually a heat activated thing. So during the course of the game, you play the game normally, but then you put your thumb on that to warm it up, and then if you do, it'll reveal the number of points. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. So that's an interesting and innovative use of like heat activated paper, I think. Oh, so we decided to just play a quick game of Suro because we were like, all right, let's just kill some time before we head over to dinner. And we were like, let's go to the restaurant before the expo hall closes because then we could get a table. And and this was Saturday, and so it was like I think 5:15 or so, and we played a game of Suro. And then as soon as we walk out of this room, we get a tornado warning. And so, oh yeah, I take a few more selfies with things like this. Oh, this was a wonderful setup in the expo hall. So there was like a Japanese garden in in a booth for Rush of Icor trading card game. It looks like. Um, let's see. Oshi Push, a VTuber card game. I wasn't sure what this was, but I think one of my friends likes VTubers, so I figured I'd take this. I can ask him about it later. Oh, oh yeah, ants. So we were trying to remember a game that we played with a friend of ours, and it was called March of Ants. We had to ask him, and it's surprising because there was another edition of March of Ants coming out like this year, and then this game also came out this year, Ants. And we're like, wow, it's kind of weird to see that there was more than one game about ants coming out. And they both look kind of similar in that they're both like meaty, lots of decisions and things. But this one had an interesting board in that. So if any like tokens or dots that you had down here, these would move up. They would become larvae here, and then they would be full-grown ants up here. And so these three tiles could be removed from the main board and then slid back up from the bottom. And so that was kind of like the interesting, unique thing. I also saw, and I took a closer picture of this, and I don't know if anybody else was watching, but a lot more games are doing things like this. So there's a lot of games that use cubes, and in the past, cubes would just kind of be placed like on a spot. But I think over the years, people have noticed that when you place cubes on the board, on a flat board, they could easily get moved around or slide, or it's not clear whether if it was like half on one number or not. And so I've been seeing more games, especially this year, and they have both recessed boards. So like you'll have like a two-layer board, and the top layer has a recess in it, so it'll sit nicely. Or it'll also be a recessed board, but they have the shape so that it's like you place it like a diamond like this, and it solves a couple of problems. Number one, if you have to pick up and move for some reason, or you have to like move the board just over, hand it to somebody, the cubes won't move around as much. Number one. Number two, they stay pretty secure, so any jostle or move, you don't. And I'm just like, this is like a really good design that I'm surprised just hasn't come up before, because we've had like recessed boards in other games for other things before, but like now we're using it for cubes, and it's like this is like perfect, right? So that's why I took a picture of this. I wanted to talk about that. Forage, and so I don't know much about this. Took a picture, seemed cool. Honey pot, similar. Oh, we did see a Winnie the Pooh something and a Winnie the Pooh, because now Winnie the Pooh, the original Winnie the Pooh, has reached the public domain. So, all right, and then coming back out for Card Hala, but then let me see here. Hey, I took a bunch of pictures of things. So, oh yeah, we were on our way out. I took pictures of a bunch of things that I saw on the way, and then we were getting ready to go to a restaurant, because we were like, okay, let's hit up the restaurant about a half an hour before the close of the expo hall, because we'll get a seat because everybody's still busy doing stuff at the expo hall. Um, then we get a tornado warning, and this, first of all, this is the first time we've ever received a tornado warning in Indianapolis while at Gen Con, and I'm like, what do we do? And so it was kind of freaky, because we were walking through the main hallway, and then everybody's phone starts to do like that emergency beep, and like I'm like, oh, where's that beep coming from? And then everybody starts looking at their phone, and then I'm like, let me pull out my phone, and it's like, oh, tornado warning in effect for like 40 minutes from like 5:23 or something to 6 p.m. And then literally as soon as that happened, they make an announcement over the intercom. Um, we are in an active tornado warning. Please stay calm, or don't panic, be calm. Um, but we do need everybody to move away from the windows and doors and into the interior rooms of the building. And so they kept on repeating that message like every 2 minutes for like basically like a half an hour. So my friends and I just sat down and somewhere. Oh, we started walking around first. It's like, do we need to be inside, or so we decided to park near the exit that we needed to get to the restaurant that we were going to, and we just started playing another game of Regicide, and we didn't really get past too many rounds before they lifted the tornado warning, but oh yeah, while we were walking around before we sat down to start playing Regicide, and this was when my friend said, it's raining so hard outside, and if you looked outside, it was like pouring buckets, and it was raining so hard outside, it rained inside. And this is the next thing I want to show you, because I took a short video of it raining. So I zoomed in, and if you, this is
It's raining like crazy.
inside, and look, that water is actually falling in over there. Yeah, that, so it's kind of wild. And it rained so hard that something, I don't know if it came out of this door or something, but an entire huddle built up around this final girl like booth basically or room. And so there were actually like officers around for safety, like okay, don't step here, don't slip here, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's how crazy it looked outside. But they lifted the tornado warning, and then it was still like raining like thunderstorm like crazy. But we walked over to the hotel where we were going to go before, but then that's where we saw my former coworker before, and we decided to go to the restaurant called High Velocity, and um, they had my favorite beer on tap. And even though alcohol is bad for my gout, I ended up getting one because it was there. It was on draft, on tap. They're special, so I got one. My best friend who doesn't really drink got a Blue Moon, and so yeah, here it is, New Holland Dragon's Milk, and yeah, that was on tap. So here's their specials that they had for the con, and it's kind of interesting that they have StarCraft references here: Kerrigan's Agility Wings and Raynor's Revenge Wings. And I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy. And but I decided to get not this burger, but I got a Southwest burger instead. So one of the traditions that my friends and I have is on our way back from Gen Con, we usually stop in Columbus to eat at Thurman Cafe. They had like the biggest burgers, and we were looking forward to it, but we found out that Thurman Cafe was closed, and it's because they suffered a fire, and we were really upset about that. So we were like, all right, well, if I can't have a burger tomorrow, I was like, I'm gonna have a burger today. So I ended up getting a burger today. Also bad for gout, but the good news was that I didn't want to risk getting gout by having a bad diet earlier in the during the con, because then I would have like a couple more days to walk. But this was like Saturday, and then the next day I was just gonna sit in a car all day and drive. So I was like, all right, if any days I'm gonna have a burger, this is the day. So I had the burger today, or So here's all of our food. So I had a burger and sweet potato fries. Best friend had a chicken club and a Caesar salad. And then a local friend had this crazy salad, which I forgot what it was. And then these are uh, cauliflower bites. So, yeah. Then we ended up playing a game of Sagrada. So, local friend bought Sagrada, and actually, he had it on him so that we could play. But luckily, he had it on him in the expo hall as we were walking past the Sagrada booth, because both the developer and the artist were there to sign, and so he got signatures from both of them on his copy, and it was super cool. So not only did he get the super blinged out copy, it's now also signed by the developer and the artist. And this is a picture of us playing Fliptoons. This is Fliptoon season 2. We happened to make a new friend because me, best friend, local friend, and then this is a guy that was local to Indianapolis, and he said this was his second Gen Con, and he's been board gaming forever, but this is his first time, or sorry, second year. And so I ended up, so we finished, so he played Fliptoons with us, and then I showed him a magic trick, and then he ended up staying for a little bit, and we were like, we don't have time for another, uh, we didn't really have time for another game, so I just showed him more tricks. So I showed him like a mini magic show of probably about 3 or 4 tricks, and he had a good time. So, and then okay, oh, so on the way out, we were going to go to Cardhalla because it was the destruction sequence. So, local friend and I were going to go to Cardhalla, and then best friend was going to go play one final game of Blood on the Clock Tower. And so, I went and returned my got a refund for my remaining generics, which were only 4 out of 10, so I did use some. But as I was leaving, after I got the refund, he was like, "That'll cost you one magic trick," and I was like, "Oh, here." And then I told him to take care of local friends tickets, and then I got ready to show him a magic trick. Here's the magic trick, and then I gave him the card after. So that was fun. That was probably the last. I think that was the last magic trick. That was unexpected. I didn't expect anybody to, but I think he enjoyed. So okay. So I have a lot of recordings at this point. There's a lot of funny stuff. I'm not gonna go through all of them because some of them are like 8 minutes long. So this one was short. Go to this next one. Here's a picture. So there's the tower of things going. Some pictures. Pictures. So at some point, I was standing on a table. Then I got yelled at. It's like you're not allowed to stand on tables and chairs. I'm like, okay. So then I went down to the floor. So I had to be at like floor level. So for anybody who doesn't know, they start an auction for to see who wants to pay to get the right to throw the first coin at all of the things. But once they determine two high bidders on the opposite side of the rooms, and they gave the rooms names. So this year it was uh, Carl, the crawler Carl, one side. That's the side I was on, and then the other side, which was everybody else, and my and so a local friend was on that side, and so we were on opposite sides. And once hold on, I gotta stop the audio. So okay, so once auction begins, once they get the high bidders on both sides, then the fundraising begins. Everybody on each side tries to get more money put in for each of their sides to get a higher total, and whoever gets the higher total, that person will then get the right to um, throw the first coin. The announcer said that he would be matching up to $5,000 if $5,000 and had to be cash was raised. Then that's anyway. We'll get to that in a second. But this is like a crazy thing because you'll get people handing money from all over the place, picking it up from the floor, people dropping money from the balcony, and it's like a crazy experience. So here I'm trying to get. So here, this is like a piece of money right there. Like you can't tell, but let me see if I can. Hold on, I'm shifting in the. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to like scrub in the video, see some interesting parts. This one's like a 3-minute video, but it's like a whole experience. Like Card Hala is like a sight to be seen. Uh, anyway, oh, is this when they're throwing? Oh, okay. So this is where they. Uh, Boom! So like he smacked one. He threw one. Okay. Man, I don't know where my other videos went because I thought I had a longer video, but anyway, here's the aftermath. I took a selfie of myself in front of a bunch of cards, but look at how many cards there are. So many cards. Here's some remnants of and like so they get the structural integrity because they fold them or they rip them to interlock them and stuff like that. So it's kind of crazy. But yeah, so Star Trek cards, Star Wars cards, Pokemon cards. Then we left and then took a picture of my friend and his game. They were only halfway through, so local friend and I. Oh yeah, here's a tornado warning thing. So that's what we ended up seeing while we were there. Okay, and then after that, let me see. Do I have more pictures? I don't think my phone updated yet, but after that, um, went. So that was Saturday. Sunday, woke up, went to have breakfast. Um, found a local friend chatting with a lady down there. Um, I sat down, started chatting with him. Fun time. And then went back upstairs, gathered our things, and basically said bye to my best friend. He was flying out, so and he was gonna get to. He might have eaten somewhere and then gone to the airport. And then we went into the parking garage, packed our stuff up in my car, and then basically booked it out. Started driving home, and basically the entire day is going to be filled with lots of rain, lots of clouds. We were going to make a pit stop at a place called. This is going to be ridiculous. It's called Uranus Fudge Factory, and yes, they play into all of the puns. And I just want to show. So we did get some. So first of all, we did stop there, and I did get some fun things. I got a couple of decks of cards, which I won't open today, but I just want to show you how much they play into. So this one says, I heart Uranus, and this one says, we're having big fun in Uranus. Yep. So there we go. So that, uh, and yeah, this is a fun place. And there was a video that I took, but I don't know if it uploaded yet to my thing. So maybe I'll save that for another time because it's quite late for me. Um, but just to top it off, before we could get to the fudge factory, we there was a point at which the highway diverged because they were doing construction, and it just so happened that we went into the right one, and the right one was the wrong one because there was a tractor trailer that just not a tractor, but like an 18 wheeler, just went off of the highway into the muddy grass next to it. But we came to a full stop because there was a tractor trying to pull it out of the mud, and they were able to clear it a little bit by getting it a little bit on the road. But then it blocked all of traffic because it was a narrow highway lane because of the construction. And so on the right side, it was like a median, and then on the left side there was this truck, and then there's some grass and like a ditch. So if you got too close to the ditch, you wouldn't have been able to get out. And so I was like, "Crap, we're stuck. How long is this gonna be?" So we're there for maybe about half an hour before we see. Well, I think we are there about 10 minutes before we see one car try and go around, and it looked like they almost got stuck, but then they didn't. And then I was like, "Okay, I'm not quite brave enough to go yet." But then about a half an hour later, we see about three more cars do it, and I'm like, "Oh, you know what? And we saw the fourth car go through, and it was like they made it, and it was the closest one to like a car. Like the other ones were like, I think one of them was a Jeep, and the other one was like an SUV or something. But when the car made it, even though it looked like it struggled, it made it, and I'm like, you know what? If a car went and it got stuck, it would screw all of us. And I'm like, if those four vehicles could make it, I can certainly make it. So at that point, we decided. So we lost about 40 minutes, and I went around the truck and went down, and then, so I was driving in a manual too, so I was like, okay, I should have more control. So I was able to get out, and after that we were booking, and I feel bad for all of the trucks because they would probably stop for a while. But anyway, so for the rest of the trip, it was pretty much just rain. I was like awake because torrential rain, whiteout conditions, had to slow down to like 45 on the highway for some parts. But it was a nice stop for uh, Uranus Fudge Factory, and then it was a nice stop for. We had to stop for gas, and I got Taco John's to get Olays, which I mentioned to local friend that they're like. I used to think of them as like just hash browns that were round, but I guess everybody stopped doing it because I guess Olays are just like Taco John's thing. And so I bought a bunch of of Olays and some tacos. Had some tacos, had some Olays, and then took the rest of the Olays home. So I have a batch of Olays for myself later. Made it home. Didn't make it in time before bedtime for my kid. So I'm like, that's all right. I'll see her tomorrow. And but I was just trying to minimize like the number of days she went without seeing me. But yeah. So that is the recap. Let me see. Is there anything else? There was a bunch of other stuff I could have shown, but I think just going through the pictures was probably the biggest thing I wanted to do today. And actually, I'm not going to clean up any of this stuff because it's late. I'm tired. Um, I had a Red Bull, and that probably messed up my sleep the first night at the hotel. But I had a Red Bull today, so I could stay up for driving. And I think right now is probably when it's starting to wear off because uh, I'm getting tired. So anyway, and ad break is finishing. Ad break starting. All right. I think that's all I've got. So there we go. That's the Gen Con recap. Let me see if do we want to raid or do I just want to do we just want to end it? Let me see who's on. But anyway, thank you everybody for coming on and hanging out with me tonight. Guys, you're not following our friends and mods and Chan the Magic Man. Chan also raided in today. Thank you for the raid, Chan. And thank you for the resub today, Andres. And thank you for the um, thank you for the 5 stream watch streak as well, Chan. Guys, you're not following our friend and mod Gibson Lens. Please give Gibson Lens a follow. Thank you all for joining me for my convention recap of Gen Con 2026. I had a great time. I had fun. I enjoyed. And next week we will be back with our regularly scheduled Sleight of Hand Sunday. And let's see who I want to raid out to today. Oh, you know who we haven't raided in a while? And I see is on right now? Let me make sure they're still going. Yeah, it looks like they're still going. Alright. Alright, guys. Thank you so much. If anyone wants to see more of me and I'm not around, check out my YouTube channel. I have over 350 magic tricks. And tune in next week on Sunday where I will do Sleight of Hand Sunday. Let's go ahead and if you want to hang out or see when I go live, join the Discord. Here's the Discord. And hopefully you guys enjoyed hearing me talk about board games. And I think maybe we'll start doing some board game streams. All right, today we're going to be raiding our friend Keo Demon. So let's go ahead and raid our friend Keo Demon. So I'm going to start the raid. Raid target Keo Demon. If you want to join the raid, here's the raid call. Here's a sub raid call. Oh wait, why didn't the raid call do anything? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. But yeah, Keo Demon, regular here. Also a fan of Hades and Hades 2. He's playing Hades 2 right now. So let's go over there and say hi. And that's that. All right. Great seeing everybody. Thank you so much. And take care. We will talk to you later. Sorry, I'm tired and I don't normally stream for this long. Just jabbering about. I'm usually interacting with people with magic. So, all right. There we go. Have a good night. Sleep well. Remember to hydrate. Remember to stretch. Remember to get good sleep because, as we all know, it's really hard to get good sleep nowadays. But hopefully, I will sleep well tonight because I'm back at home. All right. Bye.